Hello everyone, how are you doing? I'm going to remember to take this away. Hope you're all doing great. I just installed Solus. I totally forgot about Solus. Because they've not been doing much in the news lately, so... I just installed it right before this stream. And now I want Google Chrome. Give me Chrome. Hey Joseph. What? What? Let's see how well they do with this. I'm wondering if... Is it flat packages? Or do they go on like we getting Chrome from the Chrome website and then installing it? Unpacking it, converting it, installing it. I kind of want to know how they do this just for the funsies. It's not installed yet. These third-party things, they always take a long-ass time. I should just set up snaps. Snapd. You converted your plasma desktop laptop to the latter format. More customization, easier switching layout. Oh, you mean the latte dock? That was actually quite fast this time. Yeah, let's just do this. I do like my Solus. I just feel that Bocce is GTK, yeah. They are migrating over to hey Nosy, they are migrating over to the Enlightenment libraries because they are a little bit fed up with the GTK. There will probably be a oh my fucking god, it's keep doing it. Do that all the time. Go back. There you go. A blog post about it. Now you have a real dog instead of a fake one. Are they really fake? Oh, it's not even in here. Where yeah. Oh, that's not that's the Endeavor OS. But yeah, they are moving over to the Enlightenment libraries. I can't. Oh, that's the latest thing that I heard. I'll have a supper and come back. Yeah, go get some food in your belly, man. Could rather layout using an application dock and a top latte panel. Hey, if it works for you, man. Yeah, they talked about it in a post. But it here it is, moving away from GTK4. EFL is that's probably because I spelled it wrong. Yeah, they just don't like what the gnome people are doing, and yeah, it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I'm not that. I don't like the Gurada default KD theme because it don't really work that well if you're using really, really bright wallpapers. And I don't like themes that don't work if I'm using or only works with specific type of wallpapers. Let me put it that way. Yeah, more and more people are actually starting to get a little bit tired of GTK, to be honest. And I have a sneaky feeling, and this is just me speculating here, but if GNOME don't do something about the way that they are handling all of this and all of the barriers that they set up, GTK may not be the go-to development tool for UIs in like 4 or 5 years. You know, it would be GTK or some other library that it would be using, because they are the known people. It's a little bit of a problem you see in development, but you see it a lot in Linux. It's this philosophy that we know better than the average user, and they they think they are Apple. They think they can do what Apple is doing by being like, it's our way or the highway. The problem is that Apple kind of have a user base, okay? Apple kind of have a lot of customers already. Linux don't. You can be an asshole and a jerk and a dictator if you have a great long following. You can't if you only have like a handful or, well, a minute finite group of people that are willing to use your system. You kind of have to kiss a little bit ass. You get what I'm saying here? We can't afford to be dictating and telling everyone else what to do. And be stopping children and want it our way when we don't have any leverage. Like we don't have any buying power or what you will call it. Because then people just do what Solus is doing. They're like, hey, no, you want to tell us what to do and put barriers up in front of us? There are so many amazing systems out there we can use. So why the fuck should we use yours? So they just go over to a system that works well for them. And I think that's what the Solus is doing. A lot of other people are thinking about it and have talked about how what is it called? Disenfranchised, I think the word is, that they are with the GNOME developers and GTK and GNOME in general. And if you keep pissing off the people that are supporting you, like the canonical people and stuff like that, and making their life harder, one day they will be like, you know what? We don't need you anymore. There are other alternatives, or we can make our, especially canonical, can make their own UI library if they want to. And that's the, I will not say the problem, but that's the greatness about open source and Linux is that, hey, we don't like what you're doing, let's make our own. Again, Apple, because they're proprietary and stuff like that, people can't just, okay, we don't like this version of macOS, we can't really just go and fork macOS. But we can fork GNOME. People have, that's why we have Cinnamon. That's why we have Bocce. That's why we have, what is the other one? I can't remember right now. But Cinnamon was born out of the frustration with GNOME. Mate was made out of the frustration with GNOME. You know, they can't afford to be acting like Apple if they don't have the power that Apple have. Hey, Esnik. And I think they forget that. Because right now, GTK and GNOME are the big dogs. You know, they are the ruler, they are the big dogs, but they can't keep being the big dogs if they are pushing people away. And they tend to forget that. I just watched your latest Peppermint rant. Yeah, a lot of people got, we can look at some of the comments added here later. A lot of people got really fucking angry about that. And I have some videos that I recorded today that will come out next week where I kind of explain my position. And I will give a little bit of a hint to it here now that you guys are in here. I don't like the Linux mentality that is anti-consumer, anti-user. I call it consumer, but I mean user. Because people know when you say consumer what you mean, but a consumer is also a user. And just because that you don't buy, I don't bought Solus, but I am now consuming and using Solus, so I am their customer to some extent. I am their user and I am their consumer. And I don't like the way where in the Linux community that it's okay to be misleading, disingenuous, over-promising, lying to the user or potential user / customer. But if Windows do it or Apple do it, the whole Linux community is up in arms and bitching and moaning. So I think this year will be me starting to take a stance for the user, the everyday average user. I'm tired of this. Everyone has to be a tech person, and if you don't read the manual, you can get the fuck out of here. All you average Joes are not welcome in here because you now need to become a system administrator. Run Linux or else you are a bad person. Go back to Windows, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We can't afford to be like that. Like I said, why are we pushing people away? Why are we not welcoming in people of all sizes and interest into Linux? We are pushing them away. And that is making users angry, and they're going telling other users that they are angry. So we're getting a harder time getting people to stay with Linux and commit to Linux. That also means we get less hardware support. We get less software support because we can't keep the users. So why should companies come to us? We're also pushing them away with our fucking rules and rules of engagement and rules of cooperation and stuff like that. We are pushing everyone away. And that's anti-consumerism, if you ask me. That's anti-user. So when I see people like Peppermint do that fucking shady shit and hiding in a forum, like little fucking scared kids that been caught with their hand in a cookie jar, that's anti-user. That's confusing to the user. That's misleading the user to some extent. They are not being honest about what Linux is. And then someone is trying out Peppermint. They are not getting what they want. They get angry. And then they're going telling 10, 15 other people how angry they are about Linux. And that's 10, 15 people we will never get to use Linux again. And that's 10, 15 people that could have told 20, hundreds of other people to use Linux so we could get Adobe Photoshop and better hardware support and more spotlights and more power in the operating system ecosystem. And that's kind of, it frustrates me to no end. And it's been like this for the last 10 years. And I joked with, I think was it you guys or was it Dasha in on Discord that I want to make a series about the angry Linux user, where I basically just talk about everything that's wrong with Linux and how we can change it so it becomes a plus instead of a minus. But yeah, Peppermint was just like, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Zoe has been doing a lot of those practices for fucking years. And I kept my mouth shut. We have Linux FX. Here, if I can actually Google. That are trying to bait people into using fucking Linux, you know. Hey, look at this, we are Windows in quotes. Or a lot of potential users. Hey, they're even using the fucking Windows logo here. Why would you do that if you don't want to bait Linux or bait users into think that you are Linux? They are doing this so unknowledgeable people are using their system thinking that they are getting Windows. It's all of these things that I don't like. It's anti-user. It's anti-consumerism is the best word to say it because, again, we are not paying for it, but we are still consuming their product. It's anti-consumerism, and had Windows done this, had Windows imitating Linux. Look at the fact that the Windows desktop is doing a lot of things Linux is doing. People are mad that, oh my god, they copy us. They are trying to take technologies away from Linux and stuff like that. If it's not okay for your opposition to do it, it should not be okay for you to do it. And it's that morality within Linux that I'm so fed up with lately. That they bitch and moan about Google, Apple, Microsoft, any company they can find. But it's okay if Linux or open source projects do the exact same fucking thing. And I kind of want to kick them in the balls and be a little bit realistic here and say, people, if it's not okay that they do it, it should not be okay that we do it. Because it put us in a really bad light. I am ashamed of being a Linux user. I'm not even joking here. I don't tell people I'm a Linux user anymore. I really don't. You guys that are tech people, I do, but and other tech people, but I don't go and tell, non-tech people that I'm a Linux user. Because if they find a fucking Linux video and you see the toxicity in the comment section, they go on to a forum post and you see toxicity and debates about meaningless fucking shit, they stumble across Linux FX. Hey DJ Ware, hope you're having an amazing weekend. There are so many things going on with Linux right now that I don't tell people that I use Linux, because if they go into the Linux ecosystem, they are met with a lot of barriers. They are met with a lot of toxicity. They are met with a lot of double morals and double standards. And that's not a good way of selling a product, because Linux is a product. Linux FX is a product. Solus is a product. Mint is a product. Peppermint is a product. Just because you don't pay for it don't mean it's not a product. But they don't treat it as a product. They treat it as something, oh, we're giving this away for free, so you just have to suck it up, Buttercup, or get the fuck out of the door. You can't treat your users like that. You really can't. And I'm going on a little bit of a rampage the next couple of weeks here. Not at once, but I will scatter it out, over a couple of weeks where I will go head on with the Linux community and the way that people look at Linux and open source. Because we are pushing so many potential users away that it's not even funny. It's a little bit like this is like a fraternity or frat house. You have to go through this indoctrination course. Okay, can you handle the System D debate? Can you handle the Snappack versus Flatpaks debate? Can you handle the GTK versus QT? Can you handle the GNOME versus KDE debate? Can you handle can you also handle the Arch fanboys? Can you also handle the Gentoo fanboys? You have to go through all of that, and then if you pass those tests, you're like, hey, welcome in. Let's show you how great Linux is. Let's help you out, Let's embrace you. It should be the other way around. That embracement, that's welcoming warmness should be up front. We should undersell Linux. We should lower the expectations so they get a great experience when they're running Linux. If you're selling something for lesser than what it is, then when people are using it, they get wow, I got this. I was expecting this, but I got this massive benefit out of it. They will be pleasantly surprised. Where Linux FS is basically promising Windows without any fees and stuff like that. So when people are using it, they're getting frustrated, angry, and then we have a bad user, or angry user, that are going to tell negativity spreads better, faster, and more than positivity. So it's a net positive for Linux. Don't tell others I use Linux, their laws. Yeah, I'm a little bit of ashamed. It all started. Can I spell? Is that how we spell toxic? I can't fucking. My dyslexia is really bad today. There was a Twitter post from a really, really prominent Linux user and Linux advocate about how Linux looks from the outside in if you're not a tech user. And it kind of opened my eyes. Was it on Medium? Yeah, here. This one here. Windows is shit, Linux users, and the technical superiority problem. This article was eye-opening for me. It was really like I knew, like it's this thing, we all know something, but sometimes it takes like an outsider or another person to tell it. Like, if you run around with like a dodgy arm or something like that, you know that your arm is a little bit dodgy, but until someone say, hey, you know that your arm is only hanging on with like one fucking nerve ending or something like that. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe I should go to the doctor. That sounds like the Scotty method. Tell Captain Kirk that the engine won't be fixed for hours, then fix the engine and give warp speed in minutes. It makes you look better. Yeah, that's how you should sell. That's how you should sell. Again, this is just my opinion, of course, but that's how you should sell something that's not. Hey, Peaches. That's how you should sell something that's not ready yet. Linux is not ready yet for the desktop. Linux is far from ready for the desktop. So you don't sell Linux as being ready for the desktop. It's ready for some people, but it's not widely mainstream ready for the desktop. So it's better to say that, even say to them, it may not even be for you, but take a look, it may be. Because then you have lowered the expectation of the user. And if they find out that, oh, it's actually for me, I can actually use it. It works, I can use it at work without them yelling and bitching at me because they need to validate that my computer's not infected with all these fucking things, so therefore I can use it. A lot of works, you need a Windows laptop because you need to have validated your update paths and all of that fucking shit that Windows do, where when you plug it into the network, it basically tells the network that you are a verified, certified user with a certified desktop that is being updated and run the right software and all of that shit. That don't work on Linux, or some of it may not work on Linux. I don't know if it do today. So if you tell people that you can't replace maybe you can replace Windows, but you have to figure that out. You have to see for yourself to some extent. We can't promise you that this will replace Windows right now. But a lot of distributions, if not almost all distributions nowadays, are telling the user, oh, we can definitely replace you with Windows. You don't need Windows anymore. And if you tell them that, and they need Windows, they get fucking angry. Because here's the thing. For us, changing operating system is like changing underwear. We do it all the fucking time. We sometimes change operating systems or distributions more than we shower. But for 95% of the user base out there, they maybe change operating system once or twice in their life. Like they have run Windows or Mac OS for decades. And we are expecting them to just throw all of that out of the window and run Soviet. Oh, that didn't work for you. Oh, then run Gentoo. That didn't work for you. Oh, run Arch. That didn't work for you. Try Ubuntu. We are expecting them to basically change the way they look at an operating system and interact with a computer. Their understanding of what the connection between human and computer is. And then we are basically just doing it willy-nilly and with a joke. And I read the fucking manual. Hashtag I use Arch, by the way. Figure it out yourself. You know, it's a little bit careless, to be honest, to expect that a person's identity with a computer, we regard it as that little. And that's why when people are misleading users on their website, I get really irritated. And I get angry sometimes. I say this in one of my videos. It's like me as a mechanic, and Esnik comes in with his car, and I look at it and I'm like, that fucking repair, it takes 5 minutes. Here's a spanner, here's a screwdriver. Get on it, here's the manual, fix your own fucking car. I don't have time to deal with your shit. But you're a mechanic. Yeah, but it's easy, you can do it yourself. And if you can't figure it out, you should not have a car. Get the fuck out of my shop. That is how we sound to 99% of the user base. If you think there's nothing wrong with that, I can't help you. I'm trying to watch this live on OpenSUSE Tom with Firefox. No success. What's the problem, Bogdan? And what made you change to Firefox? Try Chrome. I don't like Firefox. It's the fun thing is Firefox run like shit on, in my opinion, of course, on Windows and Linux, but on Mac OS, I actually prefer Firefox because it runs more smoothly. Again, this is just my limited testing with Firefox on Mac OS. Install. Oh, if you're using Brave, that could be a problem. I have noticed. And then this is again, I'm not saying you should not use ad blockers. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not a proponent of ad blockers for content creators, but you can, if you want to. I use ad blockers on my Mac because it's an old system and some websites has so many ads on them that when I go onto those websites, my MacBook can't handle it. It basically just, it spends all its CPU cycles rendering ads. So I do use ad blocks. But I have heard, I have seen that some sites don't use well with ad blockers. I've even had people tell me they could not comment on YouTube videos because they were using ad blockers and they were set to too high of a setting, I think it is. You know, they have it's too aggressive, and apparently YouTube don't like too aggressively set ad blockers, so it could do that you can't comment. I think some was also telling me that likes was not working correctly because it interferes with the communication between the browser and the backend. And I heard this on other sites also, other than just YouTube, where ad blockers actually made them not be able to use the site. And I'm sure some of it is because the site developers have put something in there so they detect the ad blocker and then they take away features. I'm sure there's something about that also. Brave here. Yeah, I don't really like Brave. Their search, the way they do search is a little bit, it's not... I like what they try to do, I like what they want to do, but they're not making it convenient enough. I have to go out of my way to get the same search results. And it's just sad that they take... Here's the thing, convenience trumps everything else. Okay? To a certain point, of course, but for the most part, convenience is the number one. Easiness and convenience is what people want. I use Firefox on Linux and have done for years. I use Chrome rarely, but Firefox has been great for years for me. I just find Firefox is a resource hunk. And there's a lot of irritating things about Firefox that I really don't like. And for me, they are user irritations. They are not technology limitations. On a tech level, if we go into the technology and the stability, how it functions, how it handles extensions and all of that, I have no issues with Firefox. It's just from a UI design standpoint and a user experience design standpoint. I think Chrome in my again, this is just my opinion, gives you a sleeker, better user experience than Firefox does. And that's why I like Chrome. Plus, Chrome works better with a lot of Google technology. So YouTube seems to work better on Chrome. Gmail and those things seem to work better under GNOME. Oh, sorry, not GNOME, Chrome. Again, it could just be, a placebo effect or me just thinking it does because I wanted to, and it validates my choice to use Chrome more. I'm well aware of that. I just noticed that there are all those small little things. I used to be a Firefox user for many years. But then I went over to Vivaldi. But Vivaldi is too much. It's too much browser for me. And you can take a lot of features away in Vivaldi, but I found out that I was making Vivaldi function like Chrome. And I'm like, well, if I'm making one browser act like another browser, why don't I just use the browser that I want, the one that I'm using right now to act like? So that's why I went over to Chrome. I do use Firefox as my third. I always have three browsers. So I use Vivaldi right now for my social media and my email. I keep that separate. Then I'm using Chrome for basically YouTube, everyday use, Netflix, everything else you would be using a web browser for. And then I use Firefox with a ad blocker on for everything else, for testing and stuff. So if I get a website and I'm not sure, like a link for a website, and I'm not like, is this like a good website or something like that, or if I'm being redirected into a website that if I'm going to download a program or something like that, I use Firefox to do that with ad blocking on and stuff like that to just validate the site to some extent if I'm a little bit like, is this a good thing or not? So it's kind of like my, not secure web browser, but it's kind of like my junk web browser. I use it if I need to do something I normally would not do, and I don't want my Chrome to be tainted by. If I want to watch a YouTube video from a content creator that I don't particularly like, I don't want my search results to be tainted by that content creator. So I watch it on Firefox if it's something that someone has recommended me to look at that I may need to react on. I hope this makes sense. So I always have three web browsers. But that's on the Windows. On the Linux, I always have two, Chrome and Firefox. And it's kind of the same. So when I'm in my virtual machines here and messing around, I use Chrome for 99% of the time, and then I use Firefox here just to test different kind of things, like, again, as my junk browser. Or if I want to see if a website or something that uses Chrome is acting up, is it also acting up under Firefox? Because is it the web engine that Chrome uses? Firefox don't use the same engine as Chrome does. So if something is not working correctly or it seems to be out of place under Chrome, I then test the site under Firefox. I do the same under Windows. If I go onto a site and it's like this is not acting up right, is it a Chrome backend issue? Oh, let me test under Firefox because they're using two different engines to do all of their work. Basically, two different kernels. Look at it like that. So I tested under Firefox, and if it's still acting up under Firefox, I know it's on the website's end. I know it's not on my browser end. So I do that quite a lot also as testing purposes, just for fun and giggles. Let's say YouTube acts up. Oh, do I need to clean my cache? Or what? Is there something wrong with YouTube? So I tested under Firefox. Oh, YouTube still sacks up. Okay, YouTube must have a problem on their end. I hope this makes sense, the long-winded way of saying it. You have YouTube Premium. I'm thinking about getting that. Do you find value in YouTube Premium? Is it something you can recommend? I started using Chrome on my tower the other week. I do like Chrome. After a bit of time with it, I can surely say I don't think it matters. Like, yeah, the performance is not that much precious. I am 100% agreeing with you. But I am doing a lot on YouTube. So, I take the best tool for the job. I'm heavily invested in the Google ecosystem, so I use what's best for the Google ecosystem. Yes, Google stuff works better on Chrome or Chromium. My bank websites works best under Firefox. Yeah, that's probably a engine, like the web engine or what it's called that Firefox use versus the back engine that Chrome uses. Because again, that's why I have those two web browsers all the time, Firefox and Chrome, is that if some site don't work well under Chrome, I can always use Firefox because they're using two different engines to render whatever's going on the screen, and that may help. Pornhub works on both. Yeah. And so do Xvideos and DonkeySwingerdinga.com also. Elden Ring runs perfectly under Linux. Elden Ring runs perfectly under Windows. I don't see the... I don't know why that's a statement. Well, here's the thing. It's a statement because most things don't run great under Windows. Or Linux, sorry. If you have to say, this runs perfectly under Linux, that means that a lot of things don't run perfectly under Linux, and therefore we have to validate when things do run perfectly under Linux. If everything ran and most things ran perfectly under Linux, it would be like a rule. It would be like, yeah, of course it does. But because it's not the case, we have to point out that Elden Ring runs perfectly on Linux. I have not heard about many issues with Elden Ring on Windows. And I'm sure there's also issues with Elden Ring under Linux. I think it could probably be a hardware thing. From when web browsers became the defining point for web development. So Chrome gives the web developer way more tools to inspect websites and what have you not, and make it easier. I can't remember the what is the can I right click and do inspect website? Yeah, here. So there are so many tools that Chrome gives you that is and I heard this from a lot of web developers that they prefer Chrome because it gives you so many more and better tools to inspect, trouble find, performance monitoring and stuff like that for a website compared to Firefox. Can I inspect? There you go. So this is their inspection window down here. So when I'm watching and reading about web developers, they seem to prefer Google Chrome because it helps them with their web development and stuff like that. and it's just, again, that's their words, not mine. I can't say it 100%. I'm basically just regurgitating what they are saying, but I've heard this from hundreds of web developers I've watched over the years, that Chrome just seems to be the best for web development. What it gives you and what it don't give you, and what tools and what power you have available. So it is a really, really great tool to use as trouble finding, behavior finding, bug finding and stuff like that. So the browser you work with is really important for web development. Yes, no advertisement. Some of it. Chrome is better for web development. Yeah, that was what you said. Okay. DX12 shaders compiling issues. Proton solve it. Again, I have not seen many people. I haven't followed Elden Ring that much, but I haven't seen many people about having that many problems with the Elden Ring. Yes, no advertisement. Some of it is going to content creator. I can lock the screen on my phone and YouTube still play. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can have backend playback on your phone. And you have YouTube music included. Oh, that makes sense. Hey, Bruce, how are you, man? Can't stay the... yeah, go have some fun. Inspecting websites for debugging modifications is a different thing, and web development is a different thing. Websites deployment and compatibility is... It's not... if you're developing a website, depending on where you work, if I'm developing a website, I have to make sure that it works. It's not like I develop the website and then I send it over to Bogdan and say, hey friend, can you debug the website for me? Then he finds bug with the website and he goes over to me, Kent, you fat bastard, you forgot to put a semicolon there. So now everything is just flying donks over the screen. So now I have to fix that. Web developers use exactly those tools. Like Bogdan say, potato. They are integrated with each other. If you develop something, most developers also test, or at least do the first line of testing of their software or website. So they go on to a web browser and do that, and then they try to find as many bugs and stuff like that as they can before they release it. And a lot of developers, again, depending on the size of the company, also deploy it themselves. I don't know what you're doing, but it sounds like you have been told alive. That's how you think that web development is a different thing, and deployment. Yeah, it's different job titles and it's different workflows, but a developer can do all those things. Like, I'm a mechanic. I can change tires and engines. But it's two different things. I can aero shooting a car and the electrical system, but that's also a speciality, but I can still do it. Some people just take special courses to be better at it and more efficient at it. But I can't be like, oh, that's a tire problem, go over to Bob. Oh, that's an engine problem, let me fix that. Oh, that's a seat problem, that's Esnik, fix that. That's not how the world works. It's not like each little, work is depending on one guy. A lot of companies use this, let's just say a web developer, for a lot of things. Like, you probably have a job, and you're not just doing one thing. You're not just, let's say, cleaning the toilets. That's the only thing you do. You probably also clean the mirrors and the floor and stuff like that. So, web developers, they inspect websites, my friend. They definitely inspect websites. They do small modification in the inspection window to see what the impact is to the website without it being permanently. So you can go in here and you can change the code in here and see how it affects the website before you make it permanently. You can look at elements and all of these fucking things. I took a really, really basic HTML5 course like 10 years ago. And that was entry-level web development, okay? We learned, or we talked about all of the things you just mentioned. And it was an entry course to web development. It was not an entry course to web deployment. It was not an entry course to debugging. You're dragging in different aspects of software engineering. You develop website in your text editor, IDE, not in your web browser. You do testing on web browser, not development in... Yeah, but like I said, if you're developing your website, you have to test your website. So you have to work with those tools. Of course you're right, but debugging and whatnot in a web browser is a tool that web developers use. Yeah, exactly. It's like having a screwdriver and a wrench. Why only use the wrench when you sometimes need the screwdriver? Hey Dacia, how are you? I have no idea. I don't know what to do for a job. I kind of want to know now, because I don't know how that thought pattern came about, because it makes me a little bit... It makes no sense if you ask me. My mechanical keyboard is acting strange. Is that because you're under OpenSUSE? How is OpenSUSE treating you, by the way? Do you like OpenSUSE? Ooh, that's a pretty girl there. Let's take that away. Gnome 40 and more. I think I have stepped on my hand. I'm duplicating characters. Could be a buffer issue though. You have to do a couple of things, but I did say I'll drop by. Yeah, you don't have to if you are busy, just, you know. Oh, it's the same under Windows. Is it one of those keyboards you made yourself? Because there's like a... there's a massive industry around making your own keyboards right now. There are massive channels about how to build your own keyboard. And you watch people just, you know, go around. I agree with you to the fullest, but it's better to have a system view of things, but still treat things different as mixing stuff up, create mass and media core software. It don't. Sumer, I think that's your name. Sorry if I mispronounce it. It don't. This is how web development have been working for, I don't know, 30 years now or something like that. Like when I was in the school, people were doing the same thing. They were programming in an IDE, and they were testing and bug fixing or bug testing in web browser. This is how it's... Go on to YouTube and watch like the thousands of web development videos and tutorials there. You will see them utilizing Chrome, Firefox, Edge, whatever the fuck it is, to test and mess around with the website that they created. Also to show you how... this is one thing they love to do, is to show you how you can modify the code in a web browser to test out things before you put it into the code. So it kind of goes hand in hand. And it makes no sense to say, oh, if you're a web developer, don't think about the deployment, don't think about web browsers. You should just think about the code. That's limiting your knowledge. That's limiting your appeal for a potential job. That's limiting you. That's a limitation, if you ask me. No, a Logitech Pro, I think it got some dust inside the switches. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, that could be it, yeah. I never had problems with Logitech peripherals, though. I am a mouse destroyer. I have used almost every mouse brand you can think about. And the only ones that don't break after 3 months are Logitech and Rocket. Because of the switches. I always wear out the switches. I think it's because I'm clicking too hard when I'm clicking my mouse. I must be a really angry guy. But I can wear out a really cheaply built mouse. The shortest time I have worn out the micro switches in a mouse is 3 weeks for like a $10 mouse. And I've worn out like a fucking $100 mouse in 3 months. Because of the switches, a lot of the mouse, what is it called? Manufacturers use. They tend to cheap out on the switches. And I found out that Rocket is not doing that, and what is it called? Logitech, they don't cheap out on the micro switches either. So those are the ones I go to. I tried Razer mice. I used to destroy them within like a month or something like that. And I love Razer mice. Steel series mice, I love those also, but I break them, man. I break them. This Rocket mouse is the first Rocket mouse I bought in 3 years, where I have used exclusively Logitech mice. And it seems to be, it's been working for 6 months now. Thereabouts. So it seems to be working now. But the only reason why I bought this was because they said on their website that they were using their own in-house micro switches that have been tested in Germany. And in Germans, they tend to test quite well. So I took a leap and bought the mouse. Yeah, but hey, okay. So hey, I think I know where you're coming at, Sunmia. I think that's again your name. I'm sorry here, but think about it this way. You want the conversation to be like it would be like me trying to explain to you what a Venturi do in a carburetor on a car, or why it's been a long time since I messed around with injection systems, but why the pressure in the injection systems can determine the horsepower on your car when we are just talking about horsepowers. You want to go into autistic detail about everything where we are talking in generalizations. So most people only care about generalizations. You only care about, okay, do I need this injecting system or do I need that injecting system if I want more horsepower? Or do I need this exhaust system or that exhaust system? You don't need to understand, or you don't want to understand why this is better than the other, or why this is giving you more horsepower. You just want to know, is this better or is this better? Or give me more horsepower. Maybe not better, but give me more horsepower. What you want is that no. They need to know exactly why this injecting system is better than or giving you more horsepower than the other one. That don't work with 90% of the people. Okay? This is not a development stream. We are not talking talking in-depth development practices, tools and stuff like that. We're just talking generalized development. Most YouTube videos are just generalized YouTube videos. You can't go in and expect that if someone is saying, okay, here's a good example. From 0 to hero in 5 hours. In 5 hours you have learned Python. No, you have not learned Python in 5 hours. You have learned enough Python so you can make a little bit of a Python program. And you have the basic knowledge about Python. But you know as well as I do that you can't learn Python in 5 hours. You need experience and you need real use experience on top of that. So, sorry, I lost my train of thought here. But most people want the 0 to 5 hours experience. They want that generalization. So if I sit now and talk to you about, the minute details of being a web developer, 99% of the people watching this would be leaving or going away. They would be like, this is not what I signed up for. I was not signing up for having a 5-hour debate about the the web development tools in Chrome versus the web development assets in Firefox. They just want to know that, okay, there's a difference, the back end of the browsers is different, and that developers prefer one over the other. That's all people want to know. That's how, again, that's again my problem with Linux, is that people think that everyone wants the minute detail, under the hood stuff, when they don't. If you're not a web developer, you don't care about the under the hood stuff. And you don't need to know under the hood stuff to understand that a group of people prefer this over this for some reasons. Under the hood stuff is locker room talk. Yeah, take care, Bruce. Take care, man. So if you want under the hood stuff, that's something you do in a video specific to under the hood stuff, or you set aside a live stream where we're like, okay, now we are going nerdy into web development. This is just us goofing around. Like, not even the title has anything to do with web development. We was just talking about why some things work under one browser and not the other one, and why some developers, or most developers, prefer Chrome over Firefox because of the tools that it provides that Firefox don't provide. That's like the 10,000 foot view of web development. What about deployment system? What about the testing phases? What about the bug finding phases? And all of those things. Do we have to talk about them for, let's say, ethnic to understand a little bit more about the development world? Not really. Not really. And again, like I said, it's kind of like a Linux problem I have found, that Linux people, they expect everyone to want the under the hood talk. And the reality is, that interests you, me, Bogdan, Bruce, maybe Esnik to some extent, but we are like 1% of the total computer user space. We can't talk like that to every people. And if we are not willing to talk about the generalization of a subject, we are losing. Yeah, you tuned out for a moment there. Yeah, we are losing Esnik. He don't care about like the deployment and debugging with web pages and stuff. That he just wants to know. Oh, you fat bastard! You're telling me that developers like Chrome more than Firefox. Why is that? And I'm like, well, this is what they have told me. That this is the reasons why. That's all he needs to know. He don't need to know that it's because it maybe help them in the deployment phase, or it may help them in the debugging phase, or it may help them in blah 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 blah. You get what I'm saying here. We need to distinguish between the under the hood talk versus the 10,000 foot talk. I'm not a web dev. Gotta go. Yep, we got that. Didn't I lose something about OpenSUSE here? Yeah, I my chat is jumping all over the place, so I'm a little bit. I need to figure out what fuck is going on. Mechanical keyboard. I'm not saying development testing debugging is shit. They are some of the most. Yeah. Again, I'm not doubting that you say that they are important. Yes, both Razer brands. Oh, okay. You're talking with Bogdan. Okay, that's why I got a little bit confused. Why? I thought there was something about OpenSUSE here. Also, kernel development versus web development is not. It's not apples to apples. Yes, that's what I talk about under the hood stuff. Yeah, and I just addressed that you're not a web developer. I was just sure I saw something about OpenSUSE. Bogdan, did you ask me something about OpenSUSE or something like that? Here it is. OpenSUSE Tumbleweeds is great. Using KDE works fine. I cannot install the Microsoft Dev Stack, but that is okay. Why can you not do the web stack? the dev staff. I think Microsoft have worked with SUSE about that. I'm a system software dev. I make drivers and kernel patches. Again, patching the kernel and the workflow and stuff like that is not apples to apples with web development. Now I understand the level of detail you need to discuss. Yeah, again, it's not apples to apples. And web kernel development is interesting. You mean most PC users ain't nerds? No way. Well, like 99% of PC users are not nerds. Is OpenSUSE still a thing? I don't know. I think it went off a cliff not long ago. So, man, I hopped in mid-convo where talk about browsers being web development phases or tools. I think I mean injecting that you're referring to Linux as in actual No, we were just talking about like how web developers are using web browsers as a form of tool, help them out with their job, that was what we were talking about. That the developers use web browsers to, like Bogdan say, a tool. It's another tool at their disposal to test and debug and help out making a good product, basically. I think MS Dev Staff works on Leap only. Let's what is it? MS Dev Stack. Tumbleweed. Again, my dyslexia is fucking killing me today. Oh, it's .NET Core. I actually have a script. I think I have a script on how to install that. I can't fucking spell. You can do it via Snap, apparently. As a Snap package. Either I have, I think I I need to boot into another system, but I think. Yeah, they recommend you using the Snap package, so you may need to go the Snap route. You may need to go the Snap route. Yeah, you may need to go the Snap route. Enable snaps on OpenSUSE. There's a site here. Give me 1 second. Oh, fucking hell. I want a rolling release, so I will not install Leap. I will just use... I don't think this is Leap only, though. Because if it's a Snap packages, it don't matter what system you are on. You get what I'm saying here? Because Snap packages is undepending on the system. So if they recommend if they recommend you to install it via Snap packages, and you're actually getting the latest LTS release, that means that you can do it both under Leap and Tumbleweed, and it will be the exact same package. The only thing you have to do is here where it says OpenSUSE Leap 15, you have to change this to Tumbleweed, as they say here. Swap out OpenSUSE Leap for OpenSUSE Leap, whatever version is, or OpenSUSE _ Tumbleweed. That's the only thing you need to do in this command here. To set up snaps. And then you should be able to run the latest version of .NET under OpenSUSE. Heck, you should be able to run it on any Linux distribution that supports snaps. And Flask and Django in Linux. I would definitely try this out if I were you. I would definitely try this out if I was you. And then down here you do snap install .NET CDK space -- classic, because it's a classic confinement apparently. So yeah, I would look into this. This theoretically also mean that I should be able to do this on the Solus. You know what? You know what? Let's do that. Let's do it. Where's the terminal? Because then I just have to enable snap under Solus. And then I can install, let's bookmark this one here. Bookmark bar, there you go. Let's just show bookmark bar. There you go. Then let's go back into Snapcraft and accept the site. And all supported distributions. Where is Solus? It's here. I just did an update, so I can just do this one here. Copy, paste. Oh wait, we already have snaps in? Oh, we already have snaps installed. Well. Then we should theoretically just be able to do this one down here. Downloading Snapd. Oh. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? Oh, I need to put in my path under my bash RC file. Yeah, that's a Solus thing. Yeah, have a great time, man, and enjoy your weekend. But yeah, again, I need to set up the path. I haven't done that in my bash RC file. But it should be working. And again, that's distribution independent, so you can do it on the Arch if you want. Set up snaps on the Arch and then just run this command down here. Oh, you just installed it. Awesome. Let me know how it works, man. Let me know how it works. I will say this. I will be honest now. Tumbleweed sometimes can have problems with snap. They seem to be... Sometimes they can get a little bit of a hissy fit about updating the snap daemon. Because they actually see it as being unsecure, funny enough. So if there is like just the slightest little fucking problem with it, they can hold back an update or something like that. And that could mean that some... I've had like, in a period, I had like snaps not working on the Tumbleweed for a month. But it worked on the Leap, of course, but it didn't work on the Tumbleweed for about a month. It happens really rarely, but I have to say, I will put the disclaimer out there that it happens. For development, I definitely recommend Leap, yeah. Hey, welcome back, Nosy. Yeah, here's how I look at it with OpenSUSE. For work and anything, you know, like you are depending on your system working, I would not run a rolling release. Rolling releases for me are for home users. Again, it depends on how it's done, but Tumbleweed is for home users. It's not for work systems. Let me put it that way. Arts are for home users, it's not for work systems. Manjaro, I would say it's a little bit in between. But I will not recommend Manjaro for people like on their work laptop and stuff like that. For work systems, it will be like Ubuntu, Sorian, Mint, Peppermint, just to be a little bit friendly here today. You know, Debian, you know, stuff like that, where you, hey Labor, where you are, where you need it to be working. You know, stability is what you are going for. Because Tumbleweed is massively, it's one of the most stable rolling releases out there, but it's still a rolling release. And things can still go wrong. In Leap, I will need to reinstall the new version. No, you just do so this is how the upgrade path is on the Leap, Bogdan. And hey Lame, I hope you're doing well, my friend. So this is how the update. I don't know if you can see. Oh my fucking god! I don't know if you can see this here. Let me minimize this. But normally, when you're running Leap, you just do sudo zipper or cipher up. This is the normal upgrade path. Then when a new version comes out, or they have one main version is every second year, and then they have what they call service packs and scrolls. But every time a main update that comes once a year, you do DUP instead. It actually helps if I do it the right place. So every time a new, let's say 15.4 come out, then you have to do sudo cipher or zipper DUP. Until then, you just do UP. You get. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say here. It's kind of like the same with Debian. You do sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade. And then, like, when the new version of Debian comes out, you do, what is it? Help me out here, Esnik. Is it sudo apt distro update or dis upgrade date or something, upgrade or something like that? They have a specific command to move basically your repository and from one version to another one and update. Like, OpenSUSE's update path is just as stable as Debian's. You just get newer software with Debian's. No, like I said, OpenSUSE Leap is basically the same there it is, Preachers. So, thank you so much. Yeah, sudo apt dist upgrade is with Debian, yeah. So, OpenSUSE Leap is basically the same as SUSE Linux Enterprise. It just don't have a lot of the enterprise features that you get with SUSE Linux Enterprise. But it's based on the same code. You are even updating from within the SUSE Linux Enterprise repository. So, another way of thinking about it is that OpenSUSE Leap is what CentOS used to be to Red Hat Linux. It's basically, you know, SUSE Linux Enterprise without the branding. So they are really focusing on stability and upgradability. Like, I from a stability standpoint, I love OpenSUSE Leap. Actually more than Debian, to be honest. I use Manjaro for personal college works. Yeah, I like Manjaro, but again, if you are a web developer and you're going, like, you know, you're highly depending on your system working, I always go the caution route and do, you know, Leap, Ubuntu LTS, Debian. Anything else, I will not recommend, because stability is uber important. And for point release, just do sudo apt full upgrade. Yeah, a full upgrade is like forcing upgrades, so be a little bit careful about that, Nosy. Just do normal upgrade. I got BTIFS set up on my Manjaro with BTIFS crop and auto snapshot set up. If Manjaro breaks, and go back to an older snapshot. Here's the thing, though. It's nice that you can do it. Like, it's nice that you can do it. But it should not be it should not be necessary. Like, you get what I'm saying here? We are we are expecting things to get fucked up, so therefore we put in places, we're putting systems in place to help us when things go fucked up. I know it's a little bit of a negative way of looking at it, but it's kind of what it is. We are setting up these on Mac OS. It's Time Machine, and on I don't know what the fuck Windows is used to have the snapshot feature also, or the what the fuck did Windows call it? I think they call it snapshot also, but we are setting these systems up so when the case comes, and it will come, that things go fucked up, we have a backup. We can go back. Shouldn't it be like we don't need those things? Like, again, maybe I'm living in a world that don't exist. I probably do, but shouldn't we strive or at least aim for a world where we don't need those kind of backups? That the only backups we need is, backups for if our systems, let's say, short circuit or something like that. Not that our software is updating, or when our software is updating, it's failing. And that's why I don't really like snapshots, and I don't like Time Machine, and I don't like these kind of things, because it's kind of like saying, yeah, we know this is going, we know an update will fuck everything up. We know one day we are doing a Pac-Man update and it's breaking our system, so let us have a backup for that, or let us have a scapegoat. I don't really like that. I do like that we are backing up our important files in case our things get stolen or hardware get fried or something like that. I do agree with that, but I kind of like, shouldn't we aim for a day where we should not be like, oh my god, there's an update on the Arch or Manjaro or Tumbleweed. Please don't break, please don't break, please, please. The same with Windows for that matter. Kind of like how Windows does it with the system restore point. That's the word I was looking for. You can turn on system restore point to automate snapshots. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. I really like Arch, but I don't have the time to maintain it. I use stepping on my workstation. Yeah, you're right, Nosy. I back up my data. I don't do snapshots. I prefer to fix or reinstall if something goes tits up. Yeah, but shouldn't, like, this is the thing. And it's a little bit of a Linux thing, if you ask me, because you don't hear Mac users or Windows users say that, oh, we know this is going to fuck up, so therefore we are willing and ready to reinstall and stuff like that. But especially Arch users, they are just sitting there. Thanks so much, Bogdan, and yeah, have a great time. And like I said before, if you need help, you are in my Discord. Alright. Just DM me on Discord if you want to. You want to talk in private. I'm more than willing to help with Leap and OpenSUSE and stuff like that. And again, if some of you guys are not in my Discord, go in my Discord, and if you need help, you can DM me on Discord, and I will do my best to get back to you or anything like that on Discord. I just want to keep it on Discord instead of comment sections, because if you help one in comment sections, now everyone wants your fucking help in comment section, and I don't have that time. I wish I could sit like this and be like, let me help you with your computer, and everyone could just ask me, ask me help, and I could help them all day and every day and night. But that's sadly not the reality, and I have to be a little bit selective with who I help out, not because I don't want to, but it's just time restraints. So if you are in my Discord, you get first priority. Ask the questions in there, or just DM me. I will do what I can. Like on Estnick's old Discord, me and him spent fucking hours helping people on his Discord. It turned out to be kids that want to pay us $5 a day, but we were still helping them out. I still fucking laugh about that fucking shit today. Let's make one website. Oh, they don't like that one. Let's make another website. Oh, they don't like that one. Let's change the name. Oh, they figured out it was the same fucking shit behind the curtains. Let's do something else. Let's pay them off at $5 a day. That fucking whole endeavor with the that whole endeavor with those fucking, in quotes, developers should have been a video. We should have documented it. And it should have been like a we need to find someone that's really good at editing videos and composing videos and storylines. And it could have been a fucking funny and educational way of how not to develop a Linux distribution. It was so fucking funny that it like... I wish I had the fucking editing know-how and stuff like that to have done that, because there was so many fucking gold in that fucking in those conversations. But people get a little bit iffy if you was throwing around DMs and stuff like that. So yeah, hey, I'm still the boss. Yeah, I don't depend on snapshots, but it's a good safety net. Yeah, that's right, it's a good safety net. I used to reinstall Windows many times over the years from 95 to XP. Windows benefits many times from Marines. It does. I will say this. Windows 10 and now 11 has been the most stable I was about to say Linux again. Was the most stable the most stable Windows experiences that I have had, and I have not needed to reinstall it for over 5 years or 4 years. I think it is. Was it 3 or 4 years? I looked. The SSD that I have Windows 11 on right now has carried over from Windows 10, and I installed it when I got that SSD like 3 or 4 years ago. And I have not had any problem. Like speed issues, upgrading issues, or anything like that. It just works. I could probably save some space by reinstalling Windows. There's probably a lot of, dormant legacy libraries and stuff like that messing around on my SSD that I just haven't had the time to, headhunt. So it would probably benefit me on size-wise on my SSD to reinstall Windows, but from a speed issue, it runs just as good as the first day I did it. Like, I'm a little bit afraid of saying this, but Windows 10 and 11, from a upgrade path and a stability issue, is, if not close to, if not as good as Linux. As, let's say, Debian or Leap or anything like that. Again, depends on hardware and use case, just like with Linux. What works for me may not work for you, but for me, I've actually had more problems running Linux than running Windows the last 6 or so years. Meaning I have had more software and the operating system, meaning Linux, have acted up more than Windows had. Again, my use case. Your may vary. May be totally different for you. But I've been running Windows more than Linux. I've been spending more hours on Windows than Linux. And Linux have still acted up more than Windows. It could also be that I'm experimenting way more in Linux than I am on the Windows. That could also have a impact on it. I live on the edge. No backups, no snapshots. If something goes wrong, I better know how to fix it. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I do have backups of like the most important things, like online backups. Pictures, documents, and stuff like that. But I don't have a Windows backup. I don't have a Linux backup. I don't have a Mac backup. The only thing I back up is like important documents and pictures and stuff like that. Sentimental and business things, if you get what I'm saying here. Tax things and signed agreements and stuff like that. I do have that backed up either in form of in the cloud with my email providers, or also in document form on servers and online servers. So I have 2 or 3 backups of that. But if Windows breaks an install, I just reinstall Windows. If Linux breaks an install, just reinstall it. I don't need like a time machine or system restore point or anything like that. I just reinstall it. I purchased a Windows 10 laptop in first of my end, and then reinstalled it last year after 3 years. Yeah. Windows has. I know Linux people don't like this, but Windows has improved so fucking much since Windows 10. Like, Windows 10 is probably the new XP. Like, In 10 years, we'll be looking back at Windows 10 and be like, yeah, this was one of the best Windows versions ever. Windows 11, not so much because of the fucking TPM. Like, our restriction should not be there. It should be on the Pro version, not the Home version. They are artificially increasing or trying to help the hardware vendors selling more systems. That's the only way I look at it. Yes, it helps with security. It is a security feature. It do make your system more secure. But it's too much of a fucking hassle to make everyone change hardware in today. But again, Linux is also going over the TPM route at some point. It will. It will. Because it is a massive security benefit to having the TPM. I just don't think that Windows should have waited another 5 years probably to do that TPM thing. Because then most people have been upgraded anyway to systems that have supported TPM modules in them. It was too early. It was too early. And that's why I think that Windows 10 would be... It is probably the new XP. Windows 10 would probably get extended life support and whatever. Just like XP got. I keep my home on a separate partition, so reinstalls takes 10 minutes. Yeah, I used to do that. I used to separate home and root. But I stopped doing that like 12 years ago. I did. 12 years ago I stopped doing that. The only one downside of Windows for me is spinning on my laptop. Oh yeah, the thermal issues. Yeah, it could be a driver issue. It could be a BIOS issue. Like you need to upgrade your BIOS to be a little bit more talkative with Windows 10. I've heard people have had to do that. Sorry, but yeah, it is a resource hog, no doubt about it. S9. Oh, that's Esnik's German brother. S9. Isin. There you go. Isin is Esnik's German brother. Nothing wrong with reinstalling, but if I'm in college or at work and don't have a fresh drive to install, I'm screwed. Yeah. I used to separate home, but yeah, if I really need to use my home partition again, I just copy it over to my NAS system, install Linux, and copy it back over. I know it's a little bit extra work, but if I'm really that depending on my home system, I do that. I will say, I have had more problems with systems migrating from systems with a static home partition and not reinstalling home every time. Because then you're using like another version of a software where the configuration that you have in your .home or .config folder is not compatible with that version of the software, and things just look fucking weird and things starts to act up. So if I'm changing distribution base, I always reinstall my home partition. I recommend people doing that also. That they don't use the same home partition for, let's say, Arch as they do under Debian. But if you're just staying within Debian, I can see it, a benefit of having a separate home partition, and then if something goes wrong with Debian, you just reinstall the OS and keep the home partition. The same with Arch, but if you're jumping around, I recommend just cleaning your home partition. Back up the files that you need to back up, that you really, really want to back up. Like, photos, documents, and stuff like that, and then just reinstall your home partition. It's not that big of a fucking hassle, to be honest. I've been doing it for 14 years now. I think it was 2008 I stopped doing it. Around 2008. My laptop has a Core i5 7th Gen and Windows 11 is unsupported. I even have oh yeah, they have that fucking weird restriction on CPUs also. Again, that whole Windows CPU debacle and TPM debacle looks a lot like they just wanted to hand out some extra bread for the hardware vendors. That's how I look at it. They disguised it as a security thing, and it is a security thing, and it is great for security. But I think they did it so people had to buy new hardware. They did it so they can help out the hardware vendors. I think that's why they did it. Or else they would have kept it for, let's say, the professional edition. Get extra security with the professional edition. and let the home edition just basically be Windows 10, just with the 11 upgrades, and run on all CPUs and all of that fucking shit. I got a second SSD on my laptop, thinking about putting Windows on it and use an external hard drive and cloud. Yeah, that sounds like a really, really good idea, Lamer. I would be doing that. Well, I would just buy a really, really cheap second-hand MacBook Pro and then run Mac OS, but yeah, then you don't have to deal with that shit. And you get the I said this to Bruce in a comment that I feel I'm cheating a little bit, because with Mac OS, you kind of, if you're using Homebrew with Mac OS, you're kind of getting you're getting the best things about Linux with the best things about Windows in a really neat, tightly knit package system that is convenient and just works. By the way, you can use Homebrew on Linux also. When I reuse Home, I usually delete all the .dot files and just keep my data intact. Yeah, so why not just... that's what I used to do also, Esnik. But and then I was like, why don't I just back up, you know, my download folder, my documents folder. I think I said that also. My pictures folder, you know, stuff like that. You lose natively Docker on Mac versus Linux. So, here's the thing, Robot Clock. Again, this is, again, so out of touch. How many home users, how many Linux users do you think is running Docker? Like, how many desktop users do you think is running Docker? That's a development thing. It's an enterprise thing. I am sure Esnik is not running Linux in a Docker container or a program in a Docker container. You may be doing it. Don't get me wrong. And if that's important to you, you should do it. But 90%, if not 99% of Linux users are, well, Linux is an enterprise system. Let's say 80% of the Linux user base don't run Docker containers. So for them, it's a non-concern. I have no inclination of ever running a Docker container in my life, because I look at it as a server thing. It's great for servers. It's not for me. I don't need a Docker container. And let's be honest, in like 5 years, there's some other container technologies out there. You have to run Minikube or Ranger or what awful desktop Docker app to use Docker. I've heard I watched a video about some developers. Actually, I can't fucking remember what they used for Docker containers under Mac OS, but they seem to like it. It's just a habit at this point. I like something about keeping home separate. It's probably that nostalgic trip, I think. It's the same reason why a lot of people, like when we stop selling, or when they stop selling, you know, PC cases with the CD-ROM drives in them, or space for CD-ROM drives. A lot of people were like, yeah, I still like my CD-ROM drive, and they rarely used it. If they didn't use it at all in a lot of cases, but it was just like they were just used to have a CD-ROM space in their cabinet. Okay, so it should have it, because I've been used for that for fucking decades. So yeah, I think it has something to do with that. I run Docker every day and twice on Sundays, and somehow I don't believe that. I honestly think you're just one of those fanboys that just want Linux to be the best no matter what. But yeah, I don't know how. Let's see if we can install it on Linux. Oh yeah, it should just be the same command as this one here. Let's copy it. Oh. I actually have the Ranger file manager running under Mac OS. Oh, you must install Git. Oh, I think this is the right command. Oh, I need to do install. I just burned a couple of CD-ROMs yesterday. It's been over a year before that. Yeah. We are forced to use MacBooks for work. An account of the EAA VPN client is Mac Win only, no Linux version. Again, that's that's the world we live in, and that's why I always say, or not always, but I try to say this, is that Linux needs to work in the world that we live in. We cannot expect Linux to function only in a world we wish we lived in. Linux have to work in the world we live in today, or else people will not use it as much as we would like them to. And the world we live in is a Mac Windows world. Mac, Windows, FreeBSD, Linux world. And if Linux don't want to live in a world where Mac and Windows is a thing, it's a drawback to Linux. It's not a benefit to Linux. And I think that is what's holding Linux back a lot of time, is that it don't like to live in the world we live in, because Linux wish that Windows and Mac was not existent, or at least the users did. But the reality is that today, 2022, we have to live with Windows and Mac. We can't pretend we don't have to. We have. The same with BSD and whatnot. But for some reason, Linux seems to be in this delusional state that, oh, no, we can change the world because we want it to be like this, because we say so. But that's not the reality we live in, and it can't be the reality for many years, because we are doing so many things to sabotaging ourselves, basically. Lolo, I also need a CD-ROM drive on my PC, so when I never use it one day, I might. Okay, so you need it. Okay, gotcha. I have removed the CD-ROM thing from my laptop. I haven't. When Windows 10 came out, I think that was the first time I built a computer without a CD-ROM drive in it or DVD drive in it. Around the time when Windows 10 came out. So maybe a year after Windows 10 came out, I think that was when I built my previous computer. And that, I don't think that it had space for a DVD drive in it, but I didn't buy a DVD drive for it. When we use Cisco AnyConnect or for VPN, I could use my Linux machines for work, but then we switch. Ooh, that sucks. We use Cisco AnyConnect and Pool Secure both. I have no idea what those are, but I guess that they are some quick connection to the network. My employer uses Cisco AnyConnect, so VPN from home in Linux works fine. Or is it like an authentication tool or something like that? Linux is a hipster of the OS world. Yeah, exactly, Bogdan. Linux is the hipster operating system. I've said this many times before, but Linux people are the we are the guys that talk when you go out for beer with your mates and you sit at the pub. There's always this one guy or girl that have to, like, do you have this special beer? Because it's either a special IPA or, it's made in a special way or something like that. And they only drink that beer because then they can talk about that beer. And they can talk to their friends about that beer. And they can tell them how superior that beer is. That's the Linux people in the computing world. We are that guy or girl. We are the Linux people are the ones that are talking about the organic soaps. We are the vegans of the Linux system. Or, sorry, of the operating system world, or the software world, or the computing world. Like, we are the ones that are running around and irritating everyone else about our life choices and why our life choices are the best and yours are inferior. And let's be honest, nobody really likes those kind of people. Nobody really likes those people. Cisco AnyConnect umbrella features is a bit annoying while using Wi-Fi. EEVPN client is from the Edge provide Camia. It's pretty slick. It doesn't use VPN for anything that isn't whitelisted on the server. but I hate having to use MacBooks all day for work. Might ask for Windows 11. Yeah, I don't understand why you're not running Windows 11 or 10 with Windows Subsystem for Linux. Because Windows Subsystem for Linux is fucking great. VDP to a Windows machine. Yeah, Windows Subsystem for... Like, you want to know what the single most biggest threat to Linux desktops in the world is? Windows Subsystem for Linux. Because now you don't have a reason to run Linux anymore. Well, you run a slimmed down version with Windows Subsystem for Linux. But like, if you go up to your boss now and say, hey, I need a Windows Linux machine to develop under Linux. He's just like, hey, use your fucking Windows machine. Install Windows Subsystem for Linux, you fucking fool. And trust me, they don't want to. Oh, this is how Linux... Hey, welcome back, Lamer. This is not the case where people are like, oh, this Windows Subsystem for Linux is so fucking great that I'm going to dual boot into Linux or have a virtual machine up with Linux so I can get the full Linux experience. No. They are like, oh my god, this Windows Subsystem for Linux is so fucking great for my workflow and stuff like that. I have no reason why to go to the inconveniences of rebooting into a Linux partition or have a virtual machine up that takes way more resources than Windows Subsystem for Linux. Windows Subsystem for Linux is taking away Linux desktops. It does. There are so many. If go on to YouTube again, my friends, and look at developers, there are quite a few that have gone from Linux back to Windows because of Windows Subsystem for Linux. I have not found. They are probably out there, but I have not found someone that's gone from Windows Subsystem for Linux to Linux. It's been the other way around. We recommend to install the GCC. Haven't I installed GCC? What the fuck is wrong with me? How? I'm a really bad Linux user for not installing GCC. Let's get GCC. So I have Brew installed right now. Ubuntu, Miller Lite, OpenSUSE, good German beer, Arts, Craft beer, Gentoo, Abstinent. Something like that, yeah. So we have Brew installed right now. So I don't have Ranger installed. So I should theoretically just be able to do Brew install Ranger. The Brew command is not being found. Huh? Brew is not being found. Oh, I probably need to do this up here. Copy link. Ah, come on. Did I crash? I crashed Chrome. Yeah, I crashed Chrome. Oh, I need to add. I need to do it. What is this test thingy? Maybe you need to restart the terminal. Yeah, yeah, could be. No, I probably need to do these path thingies here. Hey, Percent Arms. Back when I did a project for Discovery, they said they terminate anyone who connected to the network with Linux. Yeah, and I kind of understand that. So here's again. I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here, Robot, about that. It's not because Linux is less secure. It's just that they don't have the tools to validate how secure Linux is when you're logging in. So I used to work at a job where when you connected to the network at the job I had, you had to run company laptops with a specific version of Windows, with specific server packs, with specific software running on it, and specific antivirus and security software. And every time you connected to the network, the laptop and the network did a handshake to basically validate that you were the right user, you had the right credentials, and you had the right software. That you didn't, like, let's say I installed VLC on it. I could not connect to the network because it was not whitelisted, if you get what I'm saying. It was not approved. So I could install it, but I could not connect to the network. And I think that's why they're saying they don't allow Linux, because they don't have that handshaking going on where they can approve what's going on the laptop. So basically what that handshake, again, I'm really, really simplifying and paraphrasing right now, but what that handshake basically did is that they are like, hey, you want to connect to our network? Yeah, we need to make sure you have these things installed and only these things installed. Do you have that? Yes, I have. Okay, welcome in. You get what I'm saying here, and I think that's why they a lot of corporate worlds don't like Linux, because it's really hard to do that. It's really hard to get that handshaking going on because of the nature of Linux. Mac or Win only for them. Yeah, again, like I said, because of the way that it functions with the network, I could think, or server backend, or call it what you. Hey all, hey Lamer. There's an entire industry built around MS certification. Employees have to and abundance of choice of potential employees who use MS Pro. Yeah, that's also a really, really good example, and we need that for Linux also. No, again, Robot, I explained it. For non-tech, it's just a desktop with a big E on the desktop. Yeah. Hey, yes, Nick, Linux is good for everyone regardless of skill. Not really, Jared. By far, not really. It's not good for gamers. It's not good for content creators. It's not good for Windows developers. It's not good for Mac developers. It's not good for free, or maybe good for free BSD developers. Should I go on? Yeah, I hope you're doing well, presenters. Don't think about it. Say hello to the chat first, man. Hey, low spec laptop, Linux laptop. Hope you're doing well, man. First job after college, we SSH to our home boxes to surf web without the network guys being able to use our see our traffic. Yeah. So I used to work as a repair guy at a company. I repaired machines and built machines from the ground up for the fluid industry. So cars, refrigeration fluids and stuff like that. And there were like 3 or 4 laptops in the shop. And I sometimes had one of them over with me also, because I had to look at documents and stuff like that. So we didn't really have any radios, and you know the signals was really poor. So I used web radio. This was like in 2007, 6, 7, 8. So I used web radio, and they were like, "Hey, what's that?" Oh yeah, you just go on to the what radio do you like to listen to? They were like, "Oh, this random web radio." I was like, "Oh, yep, there's a website where you can stream that radio frequency or that radio channel." So they started doing it. Then the guys at the shipping was like, "Where's all that different music come from? We can only get these 3 or 4 channels." Well, that fat dude over there showed us how to stream it from the internet. So within like a month, I showed the whole fucking almost company how to stream music from the internet. Then we had a fucking big meeting that, yeah, this internet radio streaming had to stop because our bandwidth have went up like 10-fold within the last month. And they were fucking pissed because it was oversaturating their network. So we could only stream... there were 1 radio station, 2 radio stations they allowed us to stream because they could regulate the bandwidth. There was like, we could regulate the bandwidth on the player. So yeah, I showed them how to piss off the IT department, basically. First job after I read that. Hey Jeff. However, that Windows handshaking was very insecure up until Windows 10. I don't know how that worked, because I just got it. I asked an IT guy why, my friends or my colleagues could not use a laptop from home, or if they installed this and this software, why it would not allow them on. And this IT guy basically told me what I just told you, like really, really simplified and probably also stupefied version of what was going on. And we were talking 2000 and between 2005 to 2008, so it was long ago. But it's still like that method. Still, like when I talk to IT people, there's still like a form of handshaking / validation certification going on when you're connecting to networks around the place. Companies around companies. They a lot of times they have different networks, so they have like a guest network for everyone, and then they have like, let's say, a IT department network, and then they have like another network that's for employees, for the employees' desktops and stuff like that. They segregate their networks like that, and then there's a different, validations protocols going on and stuff like that within those. So the public Wi-Fi could probably just mean that, well, if you just have the latest version of Windows with the latest service pack, as they were called back then, but now it's not. If you just have the latest version of Windows, that's the latest update, you are allowed on it. That's probably how it is, like I say, the public one. Indeed, wow, that's so cool. My last employer didn't want any of the employees using Linux because of software capabilities, but just because they didn't want to deal with it. At all. Yeah, again, we also have to remember the way software works under Linux is not the same as how software works under Windows. So when things goes wrong, you need someone with the expertise of Linux, and if they don't want to hire a guy or educate a guy for that, it makes more financial sense to just run Windows. At the IT department at work have been playing with Linux since 98, but it's still unsupported for regular employees. So I think Ethnic is actually touching something that's really important here. A lot of IT departments know about Linux. They probably also tested Linux. They probably also talk to Linux companies nowadays. And there probably is a reason why they're not running Linux. Financial capabilities, support. There are probably plenty of reasons why they are not running Linux. Because trust me, if a company can save a few $100,000 a year, they will fucking do it. And for them, it may not be as easy as just say, oh, let's just make everything Linux. They have probably done the cost-benefit analysis about that, and they are still probably also do it to this day. Like, they're probably doing it 1 or 2 times a year or every second year. They're like, oh, is this Linux thing viable for us right now? Like, we are not smarter than the IT departments. Like, they know more about the companies that they work with and the company that they are working with than we do. The infrastructure, the tools that they use, and how it's being done and stuff like that. Like, us telling companies what to do is a little bit arrogant, to be honest. Well, I didn't shut down the company's operations, but they saw a bandwidth decrease in like it's file transferring and stuff like that over the network. They noticed that things were a little bit slower than they used to be. The IT guys are always the lucky one. No, like I said, like I find this sentence really arrogant. Oh, you should just switch to Linux. No, it's not. When we are talking companies, when I see Linux people say this about companies, oh, you should just do it because this city is now using Linux, or this corporation is using Linux. Yeah, but they have done extensive testing and analysis to figure out if they could do it and if it made sense. And I am sure that most companies have done the same, because if they can save a fucking ton of money, that will be a benefit for them, so they will do it. So us just going up to every, because they did it, you can do it also. There are probably other circumstances that means that they can't do it, that other company didn't have to deal with. So I find it a little bit arrogant and a little bit tone deaf, or a little bit basically unknowledgeable about tech IT industry, that to say that sentence. Oh, everyone can use Linux. Oh, why don't you just switch to Linux? It's not just, and it's not everyone. Again, you are taking away one of the biggest foundations of how a company is being run and managed, their IT infrastructure. That's not just, oh, I want to run Gentoo today, let's reboot into Gentoo. It's not like that. Take care, percent arms. The world don't work like that. Companies are big, massive, or small, slow entities that take time to adapt. It takes time, and for a lot of them, it don't make financial sense to do what we want them to do. And we have to remember that. Because, like I said, if they can save money, don't you think that they have analyzed that and try? Like, it's not like Linux is this little unknown thing within the tech world. Like, let's be honest. If you are a tech guy, or you're interested in technology or software or development, you know about Linux. So I am sure that almost any IT department in at least the first world countries know about Linux. Probably also the second world countries. And they are probably, maybe not all of them, but the vast majority of them have probably thought about switching to Linux. Or talked to their bosses about it. Of course, there will be the boss that just say, nope, this is how it works, this is how it always going to work. Not saying that everyone has done that, but I honestly believe that most IT departments have thought about it and tested it or experimented with it and analyzed it. Like, honestly, if you can save a company, let's just say 50,000 a year, that's a lot of fucking money for just changing out the system. The SSS thing wasn't my idea, but it was this uber-geek Nate who dropped out of high school at 17 to go work in development. No college, just straight into work. Yeah, you exactly can't do that anymore, to be honest. For many years, Windows used very insecure hashing for password, and in order to maintain backward compatibility. Yeah, I think I read about that one time, Esnik. Now that you're saying it, yeah. I think I read about that. Corpus like Windows. Because of cooperates like Windows because of Azure Active Directory. I don't know what you mean, Nosy. You should switch to Linux, everything works. Yeah, that's the most ingenuous and wrong statement that you can ever say. My employer gets grants from Intel, and Intel has supplied out computers for years. All those computers can pre-install with Windows. That's just one reason we still have Windows that work. So yeah, let's take Estek's example there. So if he went over to Windows, now the company that he works for had to pay or buy laptops, computers. That's an expense now. Now it becomes an expense for them. Because I read it as your job gets free computers from Intel, or at least a heavily discount from Intel. So that means that discount for a system will go away if they go over to Linux. And that also means that they now have to either pay or pay full price for said systems. So that is now becoming an expense that they didn't have before. So switching to Linux is not always cheaper. Corporations like to be able to pick up the phone and yell at someone when something goes wrong, hence Microsoft Windows popularity versus Windows. Not totally true. Like, it's true that they want to pick up the phone and yell at someone, but Linux do have a really, really great extensive support system. Canonical have it, Red Hat have it, SUSE have it, and there's third-party independent companies that do support for Linux. The problem is that, like with Esnik's case, or that it may not benefit them financially to change to Linux. There may be unforeseeable causes or reasons that they can, either money-wise or compatibility-wise and stuff like that. And here's another thing. Let's say you have had a support. Let's say Estnik have a support company. I've been using his support company for 20 fucking years. He's now giving me a 30% discount on that support agreement. Or 10. I'm going over to Linux. His company is not supporting Linux. So I now have to go with another support company that do support Linux. They could potentially be more expensive because I get this discount with Estnik's company because I've been a loyal customer for that many years. I now have to start all over again and pay top dollar. So again, the financial reasons for switching to Linux is going away. I work for the city government and we have an Intel plan in our city, so when Intel gives us computers, we use them and it serves the cities hundreds of thousands of years. Yeah. Again, in Estnik's case, it's one of those cases where, everyone can just switch to Linux. You should switch to Linux because this city did it and this city did it. Estnik is just giving us proof that it's not always, it is about money, but it don't always make sense. Just imagine that his government had to pay for their laptops now, just so they can run Linux. Now Linux is not cheaper anymore. And this is not, like, Estnik's case is not an edge case. This is how it is a lot of times. Intel, Microsoft, companies sponsor other companies to use their products. Because it's a little bit, it's kind of like the same reasons why, a popular streamer gets a free streaming computer, or you see, Linux YouTubers getting the latest Tox computer, what the fuck they're called, or System 76 is sending out free computers to this Linux YouTuber and that Linux YouTuber because it sells product. If people see that Estnik's government is using these and these systems, they noticing it. It sells product, so it's beneficial for both parties. Ain't the German towns that try to switch all their desktops to open source and end up going back to Windows? There was something about some German cities are using Linux, but some couldn't. Now, not only do the devs we hire need to have a degree, but we also require they have done a programming boot camp. If they lack, like I said, back in the when in the 90s when I was in school, just in school. If you knew how to fucking do a bash script, do I need this? I do probably need that test. Let's try this. I just do it like this. If you knew how to manipulate a web page in the 90s, you had a job. You could get a job. Now you basically need to have a PhD in computer science and development to get a job. I could not get a job in any IT. I researched this and I tried it out. I could get a job at a call center if I'm really fucking lucky. With my knowledge and my experience with computers and with my background, because my professional background is construction working, using my hand, handyman, construction, fabrication, repairs and stuff like that. Granted, it's machines and advanced machines and whatnot, hydraulics and pneumatics and stuff like that, but it's not IT. So I have to take like a fucking 4, 5, 6 years course just to validate what I already know to some extent. Of course, I don't know everything, but you get what I'm saying here. Because the industry likes certifications. Because it tells them what expectations they have from the guy or girl that they're hiring. They don't have to spend 6 months or 3 months figuring out how good is this person, because they can just look at the certifications. So it makes it really easy for people to employ developers and stuff like that. Oh, now it's working. So yes, certifications and whatnot is good, but it's also bad because then you're losing a lot of those hobbyists, some are fucking brilliant. You know, you're losing all of those amazing guys and girls that is probably better than a lot of the certified people. But they don't have the paper to back it up. But here's another reality we have to look at. Those kind of people, like the Bill Gates, you know, that drops out of high school to start a $1 billion company, you know, the programmer at your job robot that got out of school at 17, those are not the rule. Those are the exception. Like, they are like 1 out of 1,000, if not hundreds of thousands of people. They are like the outliers of society. They are like the outliers of what's going, about the development world. 99% of people could not do that. Or let's say 90% of people could not do that. And that's why we have certifications and stuff like that. Is to like, hey, this is a validation that you actually know what the fuck you're talking about. That was 20. Yeah, I know, but I'm kind of just I'm trying to validate a little bit why we have certifications. You get what I'm saying here? I'm trying to maybe play devil's advocate a little bit and be a spokesperson for validations or and certifications. It makes it way easier to see who you are getting, what you are hiring. Like you like when you go to get your car fixed, you kind of like to get a mechanic to look at your car, right? You want the same if you go to a lawyer. You kind of want them to have passed law school. That's why they have their certifications up on the wall, so you can see that they have validated. You know, they're taking their basic education, so they know more than the average person. And before that was like before cars was a big thing and lawyers was a big thing. You could just take anyone that had a little bit of knowledge about it, because there was a high demand of it and there was not enough people. Now there is too many people and too little jobs, so they of course want the best of the bunch, and the best way to get the best of the bunch is to look at their certifications. Even though certifications don't particularly mean that you're a good worker or a knowledgeable worker or a smart worker, but it's the best we got. I hope I make sense. In Arizona, our community colleges have had MS certification programs for many years. Linux certifications just beginning to be offered. Yeah, and again, that's because Linux is not that well used. This whole thing about Linux being used in 50% of the server market, I think is a little bit misleading, because I have a feeling, I don't know if this is true, but I have a feeling that they are only looking at specific servers. Because if we took all of the servers and all kind of servers in the world, I don't think Linux would be used that much. Windows is by far still the most used server operating system in the world, in my opinion. And that's why there have not been a need for Linux certifications, because the money it takes to have that structure in society, you know, the training of the instructors, the documentation, is a massive fucking income. Crates are big in DevOps, we notice, particularly because it's very testable. Certification, sorry, because they're testable. Yeah, like I said, it makes it easier to hire a potential employer. AWS, Kubernetes mostly are popular certifications along with Red Hat. Yeah. And Canonical is starting to get up there also. I bought an A+ book and planning to get my A+ certification. I have no idea. I probably know what it is, but I can't remember what that is. Lamer. Does MS has its own Linux now or secure? It does. Microsoft has its own Linux since I think the late 90s, early 2000. But it has never been, like, they don't have their own Linux distribution, and they will never get their own Linux distribution. What that project that they had ran back in the day morphed into was Azure. But Linux will never become Windows will never become a Linux operating system. Windows will use Windows subsystem for Linux. That's what it all morphed into. So they could keep Windows users using Windows, and they could keep Windows Linux developers staying on Windows. Like, don't fool yourself. Windows subsystem for Linux is to keep developers running Windows. There was a trend some years ago that if you were developing for Linux, you of course needed a Linux machine. And some developers just prefer developing under Linux. So a lot of them ran Linux in virtual machines and what have you not. And trust me, Microsoft looked at that and they were like, oh, how can we keep them under Windows? And how can we make it easier for them if they want to stay under Windows? Windows subsystem for Linux. It's a way to make development faster, better, and easier for developers that both work under Linux and Windows. But trust me, it's also a way to keep more people on Windows. Because now they don't need to dual boot. They don't need a virtual machine, like a traditional virtual machine, to run Linux in it. They don't need to download Ubuntu with the GNOME desktop and all of those things. So that also means that we get less developers to test GNOME and KDE and XFCE, which then means that we get less bug fixes and less bug reports. Windows subsystem for Linux is so bad for Linux, it's not even funny. So, peeps, I am running Ranger right now, installed with Brave. Or Brew, Homebrew, under Linux. This is how I run Ranger under my Mac OS also. This experience is exactly the same as if I was under Mac OS. See, I have a folder here called Linux Brew that's empty right now. This is my home folder. This is all done from Homebrew. And I can do the exact same thing under Linux. Under Mac OS. And I think I looked at again, don't quote me on this one here. It's just me talking on my ass right now. But they do something called crates and stuff like that with Homebrew. And I think it functions a little bit like containers, actually. I think it's a little bit like containerization. They have bars and crates. I think it's called bars. I can't remember it right now. Where is all this fucking shit. There you go. They had an explanation. Here. Formulas. Homebrew package definition built from upstream sources. Cask. Homebrew package definition that installs macOS native in applications. Cakes. Install directories. Destination directory for a given formula version. Racks. Directory containing one or more versions of crates. So you can actually run. I can run different versions of Ranger within Homebrew. Seller directory, containing one or more name racks. Cask rooms, external command, and blah blah blah. So it looks like a little bit like it's a package manager that use a little bit like containerized technologies to basically making you able to run different versions of a program. So I could have like different versions of GNOME running, theoretically, if I had screens enough and stuff like that, or different version of Firefox running within like crates and kegs and casks and sellers and quakes and stuff like that. It's actually a really, really interesting technology, this here. And there was here packages. Browse all formulae. Sorry. I also have something called tabs and stuff like that. You can go in here, kind of like look at Homebrew like this. Homebrew is like AUR for macOS That's basically what it is, but it also works under Linux. And they do have quite a lot of things in here. YouTube download, I just watched so here. Boink. Do they have XMMS? Xterm is in here. Okay. All of this is working on the Mac OS. So you're basically getting the whole repository of a Linux distribution within Mac OS. All our favorite command line tools and what have you not. Tmux. Tilt. So think about this a little bit. This is better than snap packages. Because they are doing what snap packages and flat packages is trying to do. But not only is this Linux distribution independent, it's also operating system independent because you can run it both on Mac and Linux. Where snaps and flat packages only works under Linux. So it's basically snap packages and flat packages for Mac OS and Linux. So think about this. If you could get this to work under Windows also. Now a developer only had to make a package for Homebrew. And then they could run that package on Windows, Linux, FreeBSD, Mac OS, and Haiku. If they made Homebrew work under their systems. So it could end up being the universal package manager. If they really wanted to. That's a little bit of a mind bender if you ask me. Right? Because I'm running Rangel right now. If I could, I would show it on my MacBook. But this is exactly how it runs under my MacBook. I'm doing it under Homebrew. So it's a little bit like snap packages. This universal package format. This just works on the Linux and Mac OS. And apparently this works under any Linux distribution. So no matter what Linux distribution you're running, you should be able to install Homebrew. And run any of these programs here. But what if we make it work under Windows also? Like, think about that. It's a little bit of a mind bender, right? Linux is only 50%. I say it's more like 70%. The last study Red Hat did, I have it in one of my videos from last year. It said it was 52% of the server market, or of the subscription-based server market. So the only way that Linux can gauge how many users they have is people that buy subscription. So there are plenty of Linux servers running out there that are not subscription-based. But there's also shit ton of Windows computers running out there, servers running out there that are not that have no subscription to it. It goes both ways. I still believe that Windows is the most, like if you take all servers in the world, I still think Windows is used more. Linux is used on web servers, primarily internal servers, and most likely Windows. Yeah, on the web server market, I would say Linux is dominating. Yeah, file servers and stuff like that, it's FreeBSD and Windows. A+ certifications mainly learning how to help others troubleshoot hardware and software and understand how everything works. Oh, so it's like a call center certification, or what you will call IT support certification. Very valuable skill, probably the most important skills. Yep. I am trying to run Homebrew on Windows or Linux, or I've tried it on Mac OS, and now I'm running Homebrew under Linux. Does Scope allow that on Windows? Scope is two things I installed on Windows after. I don't know much about Homebrew. I've been using it for a week. I've been told some commands on Linux works on Mac OS. Yeah, they do. Right now, Mac OS is running a shell. So right now they're running CSH, I think it is. But before that, they were running a bash shell. So a lot of the bash commands are transferable over to Mac OS. Actually, a lot. Pretty much all commands should work on Mac, same shell. You can run Bash, SSS, Fish. Yeah, you can run all of those on Mac. Yeah. Subscription is the future. Look at the MS. I think I think you're right. I don't like it to be the future with subscription-based services, but I think you're right. Yeah. You just what is it? CH something, and then /bin / the shell name, so fish or bash or whatever it is, and then you can change the shell. And that's why that's what I mean by running macOS. You get the best from Linux, and you get the best from a proprietary system like Windows. So you get Photoshop adaptation, you get better hardware support, you get a lot of support and backing and capabilities that you will get under Linux. Cat etc shells to see what's installed. Yeah, exactly. Plus, you get a lot of the open source and a lot of the Linuxness by running something like Homebrew under macOS. So it's a little bit like I kind of understand now why you see a lot of Linux developers running MacBooks and macOS, or open source developers. Let me put it that way. Maybe not Linux developers, but open source developers, because you are living in this little middle road between the proprietary world and the Linux open source FreeBSD world. You're kind of like in the middle of that. You know, you're dipping your toes in both worlds to some extent. and that's kind of what Windows is trying to do with Windows subsystem for Linux, and you could debate are more successful with it because there are undoubtedly more people using Windows than Mac OS. But I will admit, and this is just the honeymoon phases of my MacBook experience, I am liking Mac OS a lot. I really am. I just did this whole Catalina patch to get Catalina on my system, and had Mac hardware not been that expensive, I would probably be running Mac hardware. But again, if you're buying the entry-level M1 systems, they're not that expensive compared to other systems with the hardware that you get, you know, the performances and stuff like that. Like Apple's M1 is, in a lot of workloads, out-competing laptops and desktops for the same price on the Intel and AMD side. Again, if you want like the absolute cheapest, Intel and AMD is the way to go. Like, Apple don't have anything near closely to the budget end. I'm just scrolling up here to see if there's any programs that catch my eyes that while I'm looking at it here. But again, I understand. I kind of understand now why a lot of developers are moving over, or you see a lot of developers using MacBooks. They are not that. If you're using like a 13-inch like I am, or even a 15-inch, they're quite, they're quite portable. They're quite fast. They're quite good. They are really energy efficient. Like really like my old laptops, I'm getting almost 3 hours of battery life out of it, doing what I'm doing right now. YouTube, looking at web pages, maybe a little bit of nerding around and stuff like that in the terminal and stuff like that. For a system from 2011, granted, I think it has a new battery in it. Oh, I just got a little bit of a hiccup there. Something was going on. And like I said in my video, I think Mac laptops is my laptops of choice from now on. May not be Mac OS as the operating system, but it's definitely for the hardware, because I like looking at it. Like, let's be honest, it's a pretty fucking thing. You know, it's a beautiful device, and I like that it looks good. Like, I know it's a vain thing, but I like it looks good. You know, I like the design. And here's another thing: you don't need the latest Mac hardware. Buy a second. Like, granted, I bought my laptop. I bought my laptop from a reseller, so I get 2 years warranty and a lot of extra protection than if I went on to, let's say, eBay and stuff like that and bought it. So I had to pay a little bit more for a little bit extra security. I knew exactly what I would be getting. I could throw it back to the company if I didn't like it. I have 14 days return policy on it and 2 years hardware warranty on it. You get what I'm saying here. So if the hard drive dies within 2 years, I can get refunded. So I paid a little bit extra. But let me do a quick conversion. So I paid around $320 for it or something like that. What is that in with shipping and everything? 300 and let's do this the right way. Where the fuck I can't fucking now my Mac keyboard shortcuts are in my head. Nope. What the fuck? Why can't I do this? There you go. Nope. That's too much. That's too much. So did I pay? Yeah. We about there. That's also too much. Oh my god, the dollar has gone up. Something like this. Around $280 with shipping and everything. I bought less than that, but around $280 with shipping and everything like that. And this extra protection, like the extra warranties, if things goes wrong and what have you not. Oh yeah, the dollars definitely got up here the last month. I should have invested in some dollars. Dollar you do here. Damn, look at it here, man. It's gotten quite expensive. Awesome. Yeah, the dollar is strong right now. Really strong. That's great. But yeah, I paid around $275 for a granted 11-year-old laptop. But for everyday use, you don't really feel it. YouTube, Facebook, social media, slight nerding around, stuff like that. Just, chilling on the couch. Worth the money. And I don't think you can't get a really good tablet for this money either. Like, tablets are getting massively expensive. Massively expensive. So you don't need to get, like, if you want Mac, don't buy the latest if you can't afford it. There are like, I could probably have gotten this for around $220 if I bought it on sites like eBay and stuff like that. Probably. I paid $20 or more, or sorry, $40 or so, just for the the security aspect of the warranties and stuff like that. I probably paid overpriced for that, so I could have found it cheaper, but it was the first time buying second-hand equipment in fucking 10 years, so I didn't mind paying a little bit extra to make sure that if I got scammed or if things didn't work, I could send it back and get a refund basically. If you're buying let's say a laptop from Apple from 2015, that's a really, really, really great system today. You're probably going up around, like, that's even fucking too much, like $1,000. You can easily find a laptop from 2015-ish for $1,000. Really easy. If you don't want, like, let's say the Mac Mini. You could probably find it even cheaper. And they are great fucking laptops. And they're great for running Linux, Windows. You just have to download the Wi-Fi drivers and stuff like that. I'm actually really impressed. I'm really impressed. And you don't have to spend a lot of money to get into Apple. You really don't. You really don't. And I think it's because that people forget that you can buy second-hand Apple laptops. And here's another thing. People that buy or have Apple products, they tend to take more care of their products because they are really expensive. You know, so they don't throw them around willy-nilly. Some do, but most don't. You get what I'm saying here? Because they bought something that's really expensive, so they take... You know it for yourself. If you buy a watch for like $1 or $10, or you buy a watch for $1,000, you're probably taking care about the $1,000 watch more than the $10 watch. And it's the same with laptops and stuff like that. You know, they tend to take care of their shit better because they know there's a resale value in it. So, from my experience looking at second-hand laptops from, let's say, Dell versus Apple, they tend in general to be in better condition. Windows to the left of me, Linux to the right of me. Here I am stuck in the middle of a Mac. Yeah, with a Mac, yeah. If I'm being honest, if I did have the money to buy a supported MacBook, I will switch back to iPhone. So, lamer. The latest, like, when you say supported, you mean operating system support. Right now, the oldest supported macOS is Catalina, and you need a late 2012 MacBook that's supported under there. Let's say you buy a 2013 MacBook Pro. You can run Catalina on that with no problems. It's supported. It's in the upgrade path. I think even it runs Big Sur, or what the fuck it's called. It even may be running with Apache. It may even run Monterey, what the fuck it's called. Or, those fucking weird names they are running nowadays. I wish they would go back to calling them after animals. That was way funnier. I am sure, Lamer, that if we spent like a couple of hours, you and I, we could find a supported laptop that you could live with and you could afford. No problems whatsoever. MacBooks are the best laptops. Dell XPS series is pretty good too. Yeah, I like MacBooks or MacBooks Pro. I'm more of a Pro version because they're supported longer than the normal MacBook are. That's why I kind of like the Pro versions better. And also, I don't think you only have MacBooks Pros now, and then you have MacBooks Air. So it's MacBook Air and then MacBook Pro. I think that's the only lines that they have. 3 hours is very good for 2011. Yeah, it is. It kinda is. I will say this: the battery we only had like with my use, we are at around 100 charges. But it's still running fucking amazing. Like you know, it's an old, unperformance-friendly i5 and stuff like that. TRG going down to the coffee shop with his MacBook and a bunch of Linux distro stickers on the lid. Yeah, that could be fucking funny. I'm going to visit Europe, maybe go to Poland. I hear there are a lot of single Ukrainian women there right now. Bad taste joke, but you're probably right. Last time I went to Europe, I got fucked on the exchange rate. Yeah, you need to look out for the exchange rate, yeah. Because more Mac users who ain't using them because they felt like a Canadian visiting the state. Because most Mac users who ain't using them because they have they are chicks or gays. No, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Denmark does. No, we opted out of the euro. We didn't agree on the euro. Got Windows now installed on my second hard drive. I know if I did get an older Mac and it stops getting supported, I either elementary deepin or in distro and make it look like a Mac. Yeah, that like. My plan is that when this old laptop here can't run any supported version of macOS anymore, I'm probably going to install some form of a Linux distribution on it, and then I'm buying another MacBook that are supported. Then I'm buying someone that's supported. I'm buying a new laptop. I have this for a month or 2 weeks. Sorry, I already want another laptop. I'm not even joking. Like, with the hardware prices being what they are, and trust me, the GPU prices is not going down much. I don't think GPU prices will move much, if at all. Because we have now been used to paying overprice for graphic cards. for 2 to 3 years now. Do you really think that Nvidia and AMD will be like, oh, it's so, poor you guys, yeah, it's really, really sad that you have to pay so much money for it. Let us take, let's say, 50% off the price. No, they won't. They fucking don't give a shit. If they can sell GPUs, graphic cards, at the price they are now, they will fucking keep them at that price. They only stop, or they will only lower the price on hardware when they can't sell any more hardware. They are not your friend. AMD, Intel, Corsair, Kingston, they are not your friend. They don't give a flying fuck about how expensive it is if they can sell it to that price. So with that in mind, I'm going a little bit of the Joseph route right now. And should I buy a really high-end laptop? Because for the price that I need, what is it, 3060? For the money that this cost in Denmark, okay? For the money that this cost, I want this here. This is the next upgrade for me. A 3060. That's the only one that makes sense. For the money this cost, I can buy a really, 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 really good laptop, either from Dell, HP, or Apple. If I'm willing to spend $200 more, I can get a Mac Mini with an M1 chip. For spending around $200 to $250 more. So I can either buy a really, really high-end laptop that will last me for years, or I can buy a graphic card that will last me, let's say, 5 or 6 years, where the laptop will probably last longer than that. Like, it's making sense now to buy a console. I'm thinking about it. I'm I can't remember who said it in one of my streams that they don't care about Linux gaming because they are gaming on the consoles. It's cheaper for me to buy a used Xbox or PlayStation, or even buy the new one, because they will be supported for at least 5 to 6 years, and still buy a laptop. Because I probably have to upgrade my GPU within those 6 years. 6 to 10 years that they support consoles. And this is just, remember, this is just for the graphic card. What about the motherboard? What about the RAM prices? What about the, all of those stuff? They're not that highly inflated, but they're still up there in price what they used to be. So my thought pattern here is that either I go with like a Mac Mini M1, or I keep like a system like I have now and just upgrade my RAM, my motherboard, my CPU, and keep my graphic card. And then I buy a second-hand console. And I keep like laptops with Mac OS. Because the only thing that a little bit like why I don't really want a M1 is because I don't know how well VirtualBox works in an M1. To run virtual machines on Apple Silicon, run parallel, UTM, and Docker. So I need either Parallels or UTM or Docker to run virtual machines. And this is like 2 months ago. Until, this is the main reason why I don't really want to run M1s. Because if VirtualBox was natively supported by Apple Silicon, I would be highly tempted that my next computer would be a Mac Mini. Because I did the calculations a couple of nights ago. The upgrades I want for my PC is really close to the price of the entry-level Mac Mini M1. Really close. And I run Linux in virtual machines 99% of the time anyway. So I could actually just keep my desktop computer right now and install Linux on that one. Have my Apple M1 as my editing everyday use machine. My current computer as my Linux play around, have fun machine. I could live stream from it and all of that. And then keep my MacBook Pro as my laptop and probably update that later down the line. I'm thinking a little bit about doing it that way. So these live streams would be done from natively Linux. I will just boot into my computer here, but I will just live inside the... Because the games I play, a lot of them actually works on the Mac OS, I find out. And the software I use that are not working under Linux, they all work under Mac OS. The editing software, the graphical software I use, and stuff like that, all of that works under Mac OS. So what's holding me back from Linux, or the reason why I'm using Windows more than Linux, will now only become the gaming aspect of it. But if I buy like a Xbox S Series S or what the fuck they are called, it will become the same in the long run. I don't have to upgrade as much. And the hardware prices is making Apple hardware look really, really, really tempting, and laptops looking really tempting for people like us. I used to have a real bad profit buying used laptops. I had plenty. I love old laptops. Old laptops are a great way to go, man. They're cheap, and there are a lot of mileage on them anyway. And let's be honest, you don't notice that much of a improvement by buying this, or you don't see that much a slowdown by running old laptops. Again, depending on how old they are, but. You know, like they are not outdated. You know, it's not like you can't run anything on them. A freaking 1650 cost $400 freaking dollars. Yeah. Like the hardware prices is really bad for gamers and hobbyists. Really bad, and I don't think it will change because we have been paying those prices for way too long. My next build, I'm buying the graphic card first because the price going up. Yeah, and. Yeah, that's if you want the here's how you should think about it. Okay, in Denmark, if I want the highest end graphic card from Nvidia or AMD, it's the same price for a really, really good 5 to 10 year old second-hand car. Okay, I could buy a graphic card or a really good second-hand car, or average second-hand car. It needs some work, but it's not bad. A graphic card or a second-hand car. When we go up, and that's when we are talking top of the line, not even top of the line. Like if you're talking like the 390 Ti, I could probably get almost like a second-hand car that's only like 3 or 4 years old. Because those are massive fucking expensive. But let's say a GTX 390. I would get a 5 to 10 year old average second-hand car or graphic card. And if you put it into those thought patterns, like that what I'm buying right now is more valuable than an old beater that I could drive in every day and works almost perfectly. And I'm using this graphic card like 10 hours a week or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I probably could have been spending those money in different places. You get what I'm saying here? And until people start to think like that, or until people realize that what they are buying is almost like the fucking down payment for a new car or something like that, so they can play games. And they can, like, for a 3090, you could buy like 2 or 3. What is a 3090? Let's look at this here. What is a 3090? Or RTX, sorry, RTX. So it's like 10,000. Oh, that's a 80. Here, RTX 3090. So that's almost 19,000 of my money. So that will be $2,786. What does Xbox Series X cost? So that's, let's say 4,000. We need a pad here. So let's say 2,790. And this is the price. It's fucking stupid. 7. Yeah, 7. Can I make this bigger? Font and colors. There you go. $2,790 is what a 390 graphic card cost. That's like that graphic card would probably last you if you're on 1080p forever. But if you're going up to 2K, 4K, it will last you 3 to 4 years. You can get an Xbox Series X that will be supported for at least the next 7 to 10 years for, let's say, $600. Then you can probably also get a fucking Apple laptop or an Apple Mac Mini M1 for around $2,000 on top of that. So for the price of the top end or highest end graphic card, I could get a console and a laptop or a MacBook, or an Apple product. This is mind-boggling to me. This is crazy to me. If I was a streamer right now, I would be buying a Series Xbox X, and I would be buying like a, what is a Mac Mini cost? Yeah, I would buy this one here. Let's say $1,000. So I would be spending $1,600, and I would be having a gaming machine that will be supported for up to, let's say, 7 to 10 years, if not more, with the Xbox Series X giving me really good, visuals and shit like that. I would get this MacBook here, the M1 8-core and stuff like that. I don't know how much is the Studio, the new one they just made. This is probably way more expensive. Yeah, this is too expensive. This is too expensive. And then I could even get a fucking 4K screen, probably. You know, but what does let's say a 4K monitor? Yeah, there's one here for... Let's just say 3,000 Danish crowns. So that's 440 on top of this, so... Let's just see 500, so we'll be going up to $2,100. So, I could get... This is like a Mac Mini... plus Xbox plus minus, but and a 4K screen. Still less than a 390 Okay, still less than like one of the top ends graphic cards that you can buy. These prices are fucking mental, okay? Granted, if I go like with a 380 or something like that, I probably could not afford the 4K screen. But I will still probably have, money for this. And if you think about it, if you want to start streaming, this is a better deal. This is a better deal than buying a graphic card now. Let's see here. I think that was me, TRG. I don't have the money for gaming computer, so I don't care about Linux gaming. I just use a console. Yeah, I'm really debating about buying a console right now. I would love to have a gaming computer and help push Linux gaming, but I don't have the money. If you have an AMD card in an old machine, you might have a valuable thing to sell on eBay and not even know. Robot, I have looked up what I have a GTX 1060, 6 gig of RAM. Let's look that up on eBay. Come on! Why eBay is always so slow? Oh, why is it? Let's do. Can I do worldwide? Let's do United States. Why is it doing this conversion? See, I don't want that. How can I change this? So yeah, it's around. It's around $220. That's what I can sell mine for. A little bit. That's the lowest price, the cheapest price. This one is a little bit more cheaper. But I would actually go a little bit higher and say the average price is this instead. $249. So I could actually go and buy. I could actually sell my graphic card right now and be quite along the way for a Mac Mini. And again, this is for GTX 1060. That's like a 5 or 6 years old card or something like that. TRG, have you heard about M1 Ultra? Yeah. I saw some YouTubers talk about the M1 Ultra. What's the difference about the Ultra M1 and the vanilla M1? More cores, more RAM. It's basically just more. It's a beefier version of the M1. Did TRG just complain about M1 not supporting virtual machines? I thought virtualization was only a concern for developers. Robot, what do I do for you right now? I do Linux content in virtual machines. I know that what I do as a hobby is not something everyone is doing. Probably a lot of people not doing what I'm doing. But like I said, I use my computer in a really weird way. So I use some technologies from the graphical industry. I use technologies from the film industry. I use technologies from the development industry and the corporate world. So that's why it's really hard for me to just go over to Linux, because I have my foot in all of them, and all of them are purely hobby reasons. It has nothing to do with my day-to-day job. It's just hobby. It's just something I like to do. But that also means that I'm using software and utilizing software that the everyday normal user will probably not be using. So that's why, like I said, I am depending on some software that everyone else probably will not be depending on. Like virtual machines. Most Linux YouTubers are running virtual machines. Most. Like, yeah, I would still... Like, I'm almost sure that if they're not making videos in virtual machines, they have at least virtual machines running to test out new distributions and stuff like that. It's kind of part of the job of being a Linux YouTuber, to have virtual machines capabilities. A 390 will cost 5,000 on the market in a year, probably. Trade all your crypto for Nvidia cards. I'm a little bit sad I didn't invest in cryptocurrency a couple of years ago, to be honest. Not too long ago, my sister bought a new Xbox Series S for $300. Yeah, the Series XS is actually quite good. And I'm debating on just getting that, to be honest. The Mac Mini, yeah, I didn't know they were that cheap. I might grab one if they have them refurbed on a day. They do. Here's the thing, Robot. Mac Minis M1s, there are a lot of people reselling them for discounts on eBay and stuff like that, because there are still some software that are not totally supported under the Apple Silicon that some people really like. And a lot of them, or not a lot, but some people got an M1 Mac Mini but wanted an, let's say, MacBook Pro M1 or an iMac M1. So I think the Mac Mini M1 came out first or something like that. So a lot of people bought an Apple M1, a Mac Mini M1. I need to say it right. And then they basically got a taste for it, and then they bought an iMac or MacBook Pro and stuff like that. So there are a lot of M1s out there, a Mac Mini M1s out there. That is, let's see if we can go back to Apple's website here. Where the fuck is? Oh, it was over here. There you go. No. What was the price for a Mac M1 Mini? What was the price? So for the entry level, I've seen them for $100 to $200 less on both sides. Because people have run it and it was not for them, or they wanted they wanted an iMac or a MacBook Pro, stuff like that. So they sell it for a discount. I will bet you can find it for at least $100 less on either one, at least. Yeah, I've heard that the M2 is coming out later this year. $250 for how many? Is it 10 years old now? Is my graphic card 10 years old? No, that can't be it. Release date. (2016). 2016. 7 years. Yeah, that like, that's a fucking lot of money for a 7-year-old graphic card. It's still, I will say this, if you're gaming 1080p like I am, it's still a really fucking good card. I can play most new games on high to ultra settings still. But you are losing ray tracing and all of those things. But I can still play almost any new game on high to ultra settings. It's a really good card still. Peace out, everybody. Need to go start my day. Yeah, take care, Peaches. Hope to see you soon, man. Yeah, like I said, there are rumors that the new M2 will come out. The Max M2 will come out later this year, like the last part of this year. So I'm debating on actually saving up for that and getting one there. I'm really debating. Yeah, the BMW M1, it was a fucking beautiful machine, man. I love that fucking machine. It's a ooh. Oh, my mechanic is going mental right now. I love this fucking shit. I don't know what it is about those 80s, early 90s machines, like cars, that I really, really like. Also 70s. Like, I kind of like the boxed look. You get what I'm saying? Like, if they get too curvy and like something like this, I kind of like a little bit of this, square look that they have. It's like, like I'm like like this big, massive, muscular fucking thing coming around here and using all of its power to define fucking track and wind resistant and stuff like that. Don't fucking care about having the most sleek shoes on and stuff like that. And it was just like fucking hell, man. And it was a mid-engine. Oh, it was. I used to be a big beam up guy. I used to be really fanboy of BMWs. I had one time, like a 330i, I think it was called, like from '83. Fuck, it was a good car, man. I need to get back into cars. I haven't been in the loop with cars for over 10 years. I need to get back into it. Like, my dream would be having a car shop, like a house with a shop, and then just put cameras all over that fucking shop, and then make YouTube videos while I was repairing cars and messing around with cars and stuff like that. And it don't have to be cars. It could be like, oh, let's restore an old computer, or just do all kind of fucking things. I would love to have a shop where I had like streaming equipment or recording equipment. And we could just fix everything, anything, whatever it is, watches, cars, computers, just fix things. I love fixing things. That's why I like operating systems, because they always breaks and I love fixing them. My niece complained about her M1 because Steam wouldn't run on it. That was like 6 months ago. I had heard something about that, but I think it's fixed now. I think it's fixed now. I'm waiting till I get a PS5. My brother has a PS5. But it looks like Xbox is where it's at. Like, I think the Xbox is where it's at. Xbox seems to have the best games, the best deals. Plus, with Xbox, you get, Xbox Pass that has, like... You have access to so many fucking games for free, man. Way more than on the PlayStation. A 1060 was between 230 250 original resale price. People were selling them for $350 in 1999. They are down a bit from that peak. Oh my god. Oh, a 90s Ford Mustang GT. Yeah, that was a cool car. The car repair videos would be great. Much better than Linux videos. Yeah, I honestly... I am tired of Linux. I really am. I am tired of Linux. I'm not that passionate about Linux as I used to be. Like, that stopped already in 2010. When I saw Linux not going anywhere, when I saw it's just being the same shit, and the last 5 or so years it's becoming more and more political charged and driven, it's not fun anymore. Look at the fucking content that's being made about Linux. It's rare that you see, videos about people having fun in Linux, hacking this, messing around with that. No, it's like, this is why this is bad. This is why you should run this over Windows. This is why open source is the best. This is why you should support free and open source, and blah blah blah. It's a fucking sales pitch with a political charged meaning behind it. Like the old sneaky Linux videos, how to install Pop OS and tweak this, and this week in Linux, how to get this software to run better on the Linux, and you rarely see that anymore. The closest that we have to those old videos are how to respin Linux distributions videos, how to make a Linux distribution. Like educational content, experimental content, messing around with Linux content. Nobody watches it anymore. It's either this is why it's better than Windows and Mac, or this is the politics sides of it, or bitching and moaning. And I don't like that. And I'm getting tired of that with Linux. It's like N Commander said in one of his live streams. Linux is 95% politics and 5% getting shit done. And I'm like a 95% getting shit done kind of guy. This is fucking beautiful. I'm saving this shit here. Like I said, I'm a 95% getting shit done guy, and then a 5% politics. I'd rather be focused on how to get shit done under Linux, and how to make Linux better for everyone, and how we can, you know, evolve Linux as it is. I don't want to talk about GNOME versus KDE. I don't want to talk about the politics side. I don't want to talk about Richard Stallman and Linus Torvalds. They are nobodies in my world. They are really nobodies in my world. I don't regard them. Like, what have Linux done that changed the software world or the computing world? Nothing. Nothing. Open source projects have, like Apache has been massive in the web server field. You know, Apache have done something to change the server world. But Linux have not. Microsoft invented the user interface paradigm that we are using to this day. We have been using this paradigm for 26 or 4 years, or how long it has been. And GitHub is not a Linux thing. GitHub was made by Linus Torvalds, but it's not a Linux thing. GitHub is separate from Linux. Apple have innovated and changed the fucking hardware and software industry so many times. iPhone, the original Mac, operating system, you know, Mac OS and stuff like that. Linux, you would be hard pressed to find a time in history. It may come, it may be in the future, but it will be a hard fucking time and question to say, when have Linux done something that everyone was talking about, even non-nerds and geeks were talking about? And they have not. Most IT people know about Linux but don't think about it. If your server admin is something you have to deal with. Oh, it's this thing that runs this thing on my server. Okay, I have to deal with it. And when I realized that, I was like, well, is Linux really that great then? Like, it's fun, it's interesting, you know, it keeps my brain active, you know, I can mess around with it, I can do all of these fun, interesting things, but let's be honest, it has not changed the fucking world. And I was promised, the Linux people promised me already in 2000 that Linux is going to change the world. Just you wait, 5 years, Linux would be the fucking paradigm shift. Just wait another 10 years, Linux would be a paradigm shift. I waited 10 more years. Just wait, in the near future, Linux will become a paradigm shift. That will be the year of the Linux whatever, desktop, whatever the fuck you will call it. And like the only place where if you're being 100% honest, where Linux have made a massive impact is in IoT devices and web server hosting. But who the fuck care about those two things? Microsoft and Apple have changed the world so much in so many times that even non-technical people have noticing it. Again, the iPhone. It was so massively fucking different. You know, like even fucking grandpas and grandmas was excited about the fucking iPhone. Or tablets. Or when Windows 95 came out. Esnik can probably remember. I was a little bit too young to remember. Like, I didn't care that much about Windows 95. Like, I was like still in like 4th or 5th grade. So I was not that in tune with the whole cyber culture around Windows 95. But I am sure that Esnik can talk about how Windows 95 was changed the fucking world. I remember some small ads. I remember some small articles. I remember, you know, some tech channels talking about it on the television in the good old days when we had cable TV. About this new amazing system. But that was kind of it. But it was way bigger than that. It was massively bigger than that. And then we had the Microsoft phone for a little while. that basically was the Microsoft phone, like the first gen. Oh, what is it called? Windows for phones? No, like in the late 90s, early 2000. Microsoft owned the smartphone space. With Palm and stuff like that. I don't think it was Palm, but they owned the smartphone space. And then Apple basically came around and nuked them out of place. Windows CE. Yeah, my friend. I think that's what you're thinking of, what I'm thinking about. Yeah, exactly. They own the smartphone space. Or PE. I think it was C. You know, they kind of changed the smartphone space, the phone space a little bit, but then the iPhone came around. No, here's the sad reality. Linux, let's say Linux stop existing tomorrow. It will not be that big of a deal. They will just migrate over to FreeBSD, Windows, or Mac OS. It will not be that big of a deal. We will still have open source software, because the open source software philosophy has been around. The free software, and because free software and open source software is not the same thing, but the free software philosophy and the open source philosophy was around long before Richard Stallman and Linus Torvalds and stuff like that. Richard Stallman just helped promoting it really, really well. So that's not a new thing. But if Linux went away tomorrow, all of the systems being depending on Linux, they would either just do their own thing, you know, fork Linux, so to speak, or something like that. Or they would just transfer their services over to a Windows base or Mac base or FreeBSD base. It's really not that big of a deal. I want to play the PlayStation only games like Spider-Man and The Last of Us. Okay. GitHub, get much better. I repaired the furnace in my house myself using YouTube video. Blah, 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 blah. That's awesome that you repaired that. I had to get my brother-in-law, who does SAVAC, to call in the order and was able to pick up on his behalf. I was using OS2 Warp when Windows 95 came out. I thought, shit, I already have a better system than Windows. Yeah, I'm not saying that Windows 95 was a better system, but it was paradigm shifting. Windows 95, I wasn't born yet. Oh my god. Nokia Windows devices were very nice back in 2010. Yeah, they had like a short sprint where Windows and Nokia were kind of good bodies. Yeah, before the iPhones, BlackBerry was the phone to have. Yeah, but BlackBerry was like really expensive. Just like the iPhone. The internet would disappear, but no big deal. Again, if Linux goes away, the internet will not disappear. They will, again, there are really, really important systems like that do have thought about that. You know, let's say Linux is going away. You know, big infrastructure systems like that, they do have backup plans. And they will probably be running on Linux for probably a decade or more. But it will just be their version of Linux then, and it will be something that you and I don't get our hands on. And they will probably either build their own infrastructure around that, or they will migrate over to FreeBSD, or Windows or something like that. Because Linux is only 3% of the desktop market and let's say 50% of the server market, that means that if Linux goes away, the people that it will impact the most is people with that are around the server market. And how do they run? Think about this. How is servers being run? Well, it's mostly virtual machines that are hosting this, or virtual machines that are hosting that, and virtual machines that are hosting this. It will be a bitch, it will be an annoyance, it will be fucking irritating. They will bitch and moan if Linux went away. But it will not stop the world. And let's just say that Linux went away. People would have been forgotten about Linux in a decade or so. Maybe a millennia. Or not even a millennia. Let's say 50 years. People would have forgotten Linux. People will never forget Apple. The world will never forget Microsoft. They are in the history books. To some extent, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs are in the history books. Linus Torvalds may be there, like a side note. The same with Richard Stallman. But no near as important as Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. Like Bill Gates have made the most popular operating system in the world. Or not him, but have a company that have made the most popular operating system in the world. Yeah, you're right, Esnik, that they are running IBM Z, like that's Unix systems, yeah. I actually made a video that I canned where someone was talking about Linux, and nobody was using Unix anymore. And I was showing off IBM Z and HP Unix and all of those different Unix systems, Solaris, that's still around out there and people still use. Like. And this is a realization that everyone will make at some point in their life. They will make a couple of realizations. They will realize that they are not important. Most of us are not important. Most of us don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. We matter to our friends, our families, our loved ones, but in the big picture of the world, we don't matter. You'll realize that. And if you're a Linux guy, you will realize that Linux don't matter that much. You will also realize that free and open source software is great and stuff like that, but in the end, it really don't matter. The same with proprietary software, it really don't matter. The license don't really matter. It's just a way of doing a thing. It's a tool to do a thing. Just like your screwdriver that you love so much, or your power drill that you love so much, won't matter if you find a better one, a newer one, or someone you like better. It's just a tool for a job. It's a philosophy of doing a thing. And you will realize that after you've been using Linux for quite some years, or some do it faster than others. But you will realize that at some point. And you will also realize that running Windows, Mac OS, Linux, FreeBSD, Haiku, whatever you want to run, don't fucking matter. It's all personal preference and choice. Just like you don't like the shirt I'm wearing, but I like it. So therefore I'm wearing it. So that basically means that 95% of what every Linux user is bitching and moaning about and talking about and are saying that it's really important is really not that important. And that means that in the end we have no leverage. Like, we can't say that, oh, if you're not supporting us, you're losing access to 10, 15, 20% of the market. Oh, if you're not supporting us, you're losing 90% of the market. Being 50% of the market is not even that good of a bargain deal, because, well, there's the other 50%. Plus, there's also HP Unix, there's IBM Z, there's Solaris, there's FreeBSD that do... Well, FreeBSD do a lot of the same things as Linux. So if Linux say we don't want this and we get unpopular with the big hitters, there's FreeBSD that's almost identical to Linux. It's just more corporate friendly. And when they realize that, we're also in big trouble. So yeah, Linux is not that fucking great, man. It's fun, it's interesting, I fucking love it. But it's just because I'm interested in it. And you probably also love it because of that. But nobody cares when you're going down buying your push-up bras and your condoms at your local shop. Nobody cares what fucking operating system you're running. They really don't. They care about what iPhone you have. They care about what version of MacBooks you have. They care about what version of Windows you're running. Way more than about Linux. And until that changes, Linux is a nobody. It's that kid in the corner of the playground that's eating his own boogers and smelling his own farts. That's, again, the sad reality of it. And again, this is something every Linux user will realize at some point or another. I remember when seeing the iPhone came out, with Steve Ballmer made fun of it and said it will never make it. Yeah, the Microsoft people have made so many blunders in their life, it's not even funny. Big industrial backbone stuff. I read that one. Honestly, if Linux went away, I would just switch and stick with Windows. BSD would be the new Linux, and we'll have the same fights. And we will have the same fights we are having with Linux. Yeah, exactly. And Lamer, you kind of proved a point there, because the problems that we have with Linux, the fights we have with Linux, it's not Linux fights. It's not open source fights. It's human fights. So the people that are bitching and moaning about KDE versus GNOME, or this versus that under Linux, if Linux goes away, they will just go over to BSD or Haiku and have the same fucking fights, or find other things to fight about. Because it's the people, it's humans. It won't matter what system they're on. They just found Linux to be a place they like to be, and where they can have those fights. That's also why I don't really like those fights so much. I don't care about Systemd. I don't care about GNOME versus KDE. I make the occasional video about it just to air my own opinions, but in the end, I don't really give a fuck about it. Because it's not that important. It really is not that important. If we got rid of Systemd tomorrow, it will not change the world at all. Just mean that a lot of fucking developers have to rewrite a shit ton of hard software, sorry. That's all it means. And I feel sorry for them, but that's all it means. Again, a lot of the things about Linux that we think is great about Linux is people. You hear this a lot, that, oh my god, I love Linux because I met a lot of cool guys and girls with Linux. Yeah, it's the people. It's the people that make Linux sucks. It's the people that make Linux great. It's not Linux. It's the people. It's the people that make Microsoft bad, and it's the people that make Microsoft good for other people. It's the people. It's not the software. It's not the license. It's people. It's not the GPL that made Richard Stallman the guy he is. But it's Richard Stallman that made GPL to what it is. We will not have GPL without Richard Stallman. But we will have a... let me try again. We will not have a GPL without a Richard Stallman, but we will have a Richard Stallman without the GPL. Does it work? Yes. Let's use that. That's what people care about. Exactly. I like both Windows and Linux. The reason why I use Linux over Windows is because I prefer it. That's my opinion. The new BMW I run Arch is, by the way, I run OpenSUSE BSD or OpenBSD. Yeah, it's... Oh, by the way, I run Arch. Yeah, it's... I think us Linux people have a really, really great knack for putting ourselves into higher places, or looking at ourselves as being more knowledgeable, intelligent, tech savvy and shit like that than everyone else, because we are running Linux. Because that's what we are telling ourselves. That's what we are telling ourselves on forums. When Linux people are gathering together, we are talking package managers, init systems, and programming, and Python, and Ruby, and C++, and C, and all of that fucking shit. That don't mean that you're smarter or more knowledgeable than anyone else. You just have an interest into that. I could talk cars in the same way. I could talk, to some extent, watches in the same way. I would talk about, I don't know, guitars in the same way. So am I smarter because I know more about guitars than you do? No, I just have an interest in guitars and you don't. And that's also something you realize the older you get. Like the video I made today, where I bitch and moan, we can look at the comment section here in a bit, where I bitch and moan about Peppermint OS. I really don't care about Peppermint OS. I really don't care about what the Peppermint OS do. I do care about what they're doing to their potential users. like I said in the beginning of this stream. I do care about how they are trying to give away a product that or saying that it's something that it's not. That I have a problem with. And I have a problem with it under Windows, Mac OS, FreeBSD, Haiku. I have phones, mobile phones, speaker systems, guitars. If someone is trying to run over or get an upper hand by being disingenuous to other people, I have a problem with it. I have a problem with it. If you are misleading or being disingenuous to potential customers, users, or something like that, I have a problem with it. I have a problem with it. And I don't care what it is, what product it is, what form it is in. If you are a CEO and you're trying to fucking ass fuck your employees, and I'm noticing it, I will say something. I don't like other people mistreating, misrepresenting, or mistreating. I think would be, and maybe that's not too harsh a word, but misleading, I think is the word I'm looking for. I don't like people misleading other people. It's a big fucking no-no in my world. I'd rather people would be honest and maybe even be idiots and you know, be harsh about it than misleading people. Because if you start with misleading people, then you open up for all kind of fucking crazy shit. I think that the meme you're talking about is that one there when Windows do something right, the Linux people don't look at it, but when they do something wrong, they yell at it. I will honestly switch over to Mac over Windows, to be honest. I'm kinda in that boat. But games, man. Games. The good old games, man. I just one of the biggest factors of me not running a console is the controller. If I'm doing shooting games and stuff like that, I want my keyboard and mouse. And I know I can connect keyboard and mouse to consoles nowadays, but yeah, maybe 2022 is the year that this old fart here becomes a console user. I have a PlayStation 3. I bought a PlayStation 3 because can I even spell my when it came out, my brother got sick. Or he started to get really, really sick because of his diabetes. Like massively sick. And he had to do a lot of hospital visits and stuff like that and couldn't work and whatnot. And I basically bought it to play with him. There's some comments here not showing up. I know that sometimes you have to do this as sort by news before all comments shows up. So I bought the PlayStation to play with my brother because he was sick and he was at home and you know he didn't have many people to talk to and stuff like that. So I bought it so I could play with him. But I liked it, but it was not for me. As far as I know, both PlayStation and Xbox, you can just plug and play any USB keyboard and mouse. It don't matter. That's what I let's see if there's any funny comments here. Oh yeah, someone didn't like that I was saying that Forum is dying. I have a video about that also. That forums are dying. Like people don't use forums anymore. This one here was great. Who gives a shit? It works, and it's a great distro. Get off the technical bullshit. Yeah, and that's why people don't run, or people have a problem with it. I haven't read this yet. I need to respond to this one here. I'm so sick of what's happening to Peppermint that I just don't understand what the hell is so big about the CI/CD crap. We could talk a little bit about this if you guys want. It means nothing to me and I don't care. I read a post from Esnik and I had no idea what was said on the Peppermint forums. And that's the problem. People don't know what's going on forums. I'm the person that is okay with you until you lie to me, I think he meant, and then I'm done with you. And I'm kind of the same, and that's what I feel the peppermint people kind of do a little bit here. So I will wait and see what's happening. Yeah, so the continuous development and stuff like that, and it's to some extent buzzwords in the DevOps community that's been thrown around and stuff like that. Like I said in the video, it sounds like they want to flex how fucking smart they are. Let's flex our development EPs here. Let's flex how smart we are and how stupid you are. What they tend to forget is that they are basically an organization delivering a product to a set of users. So they are basically you could say, a corporation or a group of people delivering a product, free or paid, don't fucking matter, but they are delivering a product to a set of people. Users, call them users or customers. There are kind of rules and guidelines how to do that the best way. And they're definitely not doing it the best way. At all. At fucking all. They are misleading people, and here's the thing. Estic went on to their fucking forum source forge to answer what they said. And my biggest problem was that one guy was like, hey, these 2 videos is out there. Can you please give a response to it or a reason to it or something like that? And then I think the main developer gave a lengthy explanation what they meant by CI, CD, and blah, blah, blah to that person. He didn't ask for it. Okay? And it means nothing that it stands in there, because if he has if he is frustrated or don't know what's going on, he's not the only one. What that developer should have done, the Peppermint team should have been doing, was that, oh, I'm sorry you are confused. We have not explained what we mean good enough. Let's do that in an official way, so new potential users can see what exactly we mean. So they don't have to go and figure, go down a rabbit hole to a fucking forum post or figure out what is SourceForge, what is this thing, Do like, oh, I'm so sorry you're confused. Oh, what are those guys talking about? Oh, they're full of fucking shit. But hey, let me clarify it anyway. But instead they went nerd boner in a fucking forum post. Probably because they are afraid, or I don't know fucking what, of doing it in public. So the confusion is still there. Who the fuck's... Like, when you're going to download a distribution and you go on to whatever distribution and you read a little bit about it, are you also then going into forums and SourceForge pages to look at conversations in there before you download the distro? No, you look at the web page. Oh, this is an interesting distro. It provides me these and these things. Oh, that's cool. Let's download it. That's what you do. That's what everyone does. And that fucking angers me. I'm getting angry now. They should not be running a distribution. Because when someone is doing that, and then that product is being used, they are fostering confused users. And that is a bad example of what Linux is. So they would be running away and telling everyone they know about how bad Linux is. Oh, I tried this Peppermint thing. It was definitely not what I expected. And blah, 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 blah. And they said it was a rolling release or continuous development. I don't know. I think it's a rolling release. I don't have to, upgrade anything else. All of these confusions. Like I said, you need to explain everything so the stupidest person in the world understand what the fuck you're talking about. If you can't do that, you don't understand the subject good enough. I stop listening to anyone that can't explain something to me in the most simple terms. Because if they can't explain it simply, I have a high skepticalness about them actually exactly knowing what the fuck they're talking about. Because it takes great fucking skill and knowledge about something to explain it to stupid people like me than it does to explain to someone that already know what they're talking about. It's the same with teachers. If I go to a class or something like that, or a course, and a teacher talks to me like, oh, I'm already a full-blown OpenStack developer or DevOps developer with 10 years of experience, and he just starts to shoot out fucking tech terms and shit like that, I'm just like, I may know what you're talking about, I may understand some of the words, but you don't. There are probably 10 people in here that knows more about this subject than you do, because you don't have the skill to explain it in the simplest of terms. And I highly dislike people that do, especially if you're trying to sell or give away a product, because it is a product. Just because it's free, don't allow you to not do the best things for your customers or users. I'm sorry, but we need to focus more on the users in Linux. I'm tired of fucking distributions being made by half-assed fucking drunk-ass people and think they are better than Ubuntu and Canonical just because they changed the fucking wallpaper. And, oh, I got Photoshop from 2009 running under Wine, so therefore you can run Photoshop under Linux. It's all those things that I find really fucking irritating in the Linux community. We want so much for people to use Linux, but we're doing everything to push them away. Man, out Discord, you can create a support ticket and you can look at other support tickets and help them out. Oh, that's actually awesome. I used to recommend Peppermint to everyone because it just worked and it was amazing. Now it is a disappointment. Yeah, that again, I am. They say that they have done a lot of the things that they have done because that's what Mark Creeves would have done. But they have not showed us. They are just saying it. I don't believe them. Show us the post. Show us something that's where Mark Creeves has said that he wanted to move from Ubuntu to Debian. Show it. Don't just say it. Show it. Because I can say shit. I can say that Mark Creeves wants me to have 1 million subscribers. I can say that Mark Creeves wants me to handle the Peppermint distribution. If you don't need evidence, everyone can say everything. Show it. And then use the Peppermint name and his name to draw in hardcore fans of Peppermint OS. It's really bad taste. It's disrespectful to a brilliant guy. To use his fame and his name to get more recognizable than they deserve, to get more user than they deserve. If you want to honor a developer, if you want to honor someone with your software, do it when the software is fucking great. Don't do it in your first release. Do it when you have something you can say he would be massively proud of this. Then honor his name. I could go on for hours about that. And the sad thing is, they are by far the first one to do it with Linux, and they are by far the most aggressive one by doing that. Peppermint just happens to be the ones that I stumbled across, and that broke the camel's back, so to speak. I've been bottling all of this up for, like I said, 10 years now. And Linux has become a big fucking community of everyone stealing everyone's idea, everyone's work, don't credit them correctly, don't recognizing them. Oh, I was the first one to do this, or oh, we are the best one of this, and oh, you can do really this and that, and it's bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. And they are setting a bad example about Linux and open source to potential new users. They are selling and giving away a product that is not what they say it is. And then they are like, why are we only 1 or 2% of the desktop market? Well, that's why. And we need to do something about it. We need to stop sucking Linux cock. And we need to start fucking treat it as what it is. We need to start being realistic, or we will end up digging our own hole and we can't get out of it anymore. And I have a sneaky feeling that with all of the respins and bad, like just again, Esnick's Discord when he had his first Discord was a really good example about how deluded the Linux community can be about Linux distributions and stuff like that, and just the sheer fact that we have that many, and that many of them are shit. We are doing everything to push people away from Linux, and one day, we will succeed. We will succeed. And then we're like, what happened? Is it Microsoft? We can't blame anyone. We can't blame Microsoft. We can't blame Mac OS. Linux lack of success is on Linux shoulders. Yes, Microsoft has put up some speed bumps. Mac OS has probably also put up some speed bumps. But in the end, there's only one guy or system or entity that can blame Linux for its lack of success, and that's Linux. We are not doing a good enough job. And if we keep releasing half-ass shitty fucking projects and yelling and screaming at the users to read the fucking manual and this is not how Linux is being made and how the Linux ethos is and stuff like that, we might as well just dig a fucking grave and put Linux into it right away. Yeah, I'm getting fucking... Oh. I do have to say, Mark did want to switch from Ubuntu to Debian. Yep, again, that's great, Lamer. Where is the citation? Where is the quote? If you're saying, if you're doing something that drastically, it's not enough to just say, oh, we all have heard him say that. Have the fucking forum post ready to show people. Put it on the first blog post, you know, the release note, that Mark Rees wants to move to Debian, and here is his word saying it. You know, show it. You know the saying, show me, don't tell me. Show me, don't tell me. I still recommend Linux Mint to newcomers. Yeah, Linux Mint is a great system. Isine Mint. I love you call him Isine instead of Esnix. I don't know why you do that. Isine Mint still is my recommendation, but for newer hardware, new NVIDIA, blah blah, Manjaro isn't too bad. But then again, the rolling part of Manjaro is where someone should recommend to new people. Yeah, and Manjaro's problem is it's based on Arch. Arch by itself, by design, is not for everyday users. You can try and shoehorn it into it, but you can't really get there. He said it in EB's chat on one of the live streams. So here's the thing, Labor. If you can't prove it with, like, on paper and shit like that, you don't talk about it. I do that sometimes myself, and I try to catch myself when I'm making videos and I say something, and if I can't find something to back it up and put it on the video or have it ready if people ask about it, I cut it out. I could be right, or even if I am right, I cut it out if I can't back it up. Because it means nothing if you can't back it up. So just move to Debian. Just say, oh, we internally in the Linux Mint development team have decided to go away from Ubuntu to Debian. Just keep it at that. Don't drag Mark Reeves in, because they are using him as a validation for why they are doing it. This is not our decision. The good old late Mark Reeves said or wanted this, so therefore we are doing it. So that basically means, think about this, so that basically means that if people starting to bitch and moan about them moving to Debian, they can say, well, yeah, that was Mark Reeves' decisions, we were just honoring his decision. So they're taking responsibility away from their decision. It's a fucking, like, it's the same, I have the same problem with excuses. Going on a little bit of a live rant here. I don't mind, you know, oh, I'm sorry I did this, I'm sorry I did that. I don't care, I can't use an excuse for anything. The only thing an excuse say is that, yes, I acknowledged I fucked up and I'm sorry that happened to you. What I'd rather have is that you said, you know what, this is not going to happen again, I fucked up, and then it's never happening again. I don't care about it. Everyone can comment, oh, sorry it happened again, sorry it happened again, sorry it happened again. Well, it was Mark Reeves' idea, we just follow along his fucking idea path. If the new development team didn't thought moving to Debian was a good idea, they should have stayed with Ubuntu. If they thought it was a good idea, don't use Mark Reeves as a fall guy or as a validation for why they're doing it. Because they can't use his name to validate everything they do with Peppermint. Peppermint is not Mark Reeves anymore. They can't run Peppermint as he was here. He's not. It's a lack of responsibility. It's a lack of fucking commitment to what they're doing. They should have said, we want this. This is now the way that this is going to be run and done. We are now the developers of Peppermint. Mark Reeves is not with us anymore. Rest in peace. So now this is going to be done as we want to do it. We will do it in the best, in the best taste of his memory and stuff like that. But in the end, we are now the Peppermint development team. It's kind of like saying, I'm going to shit on Gentoo for 2 hours now because Lamer wanted me or kind of don't like Gentoo. You kind of get what I'm saying here. So if EB comes in, can't you fat fucking Danish fuck? Why are you bitching on Gentoo? Well, Lamer kind of don't like Gentoo, and I kind of like making Lamer happy, so therefore I shit on Gentoo for 2 hours. So my responsibility is out of the way. It's all on Lamer. It's all Lamer's fault that I'm bitching and moaning about Gentoo for 2 hours. You kind of see how that lack of responsibility. Again, like I said, if they really want to honor Mark Reeves, make a baller-ass fucking distribution. Make a amazing distribution. Like, have all the bells and whistles and finesse and everything that they will, like, they can say this right now is our pinnacle of our development. And then honor Mark Reeves. Don't do it now. Don't do it with a fucking Debian respin with a change of wallpaper and icons and a few little programs here and there. It's in bad taste. The way that they're taking responsibility away from the decisions that they are making, it's so fucking bad, man. You want to know how pissed I am about this? I have gone the whole day debating if us here that want to be a part of it, of course, if we should make a better Peppermint than Peppermint, meaning let's make our own fucking distribution for we are not fake Linux and stuff like that, but let's fucking make our own Linux distribution and make it fucking right. You know, figure out what we want out of Linux and make the perfect, or as perfect as we can, Linux distribution. Show all of those fucking idiots out there how it's being done. I spent all day, writing down ideas and shit like that about how we can go about doing that, because I'm starting to get fed and tired about trying to help and give experience to those kind of people. I might as well just fucking do it. Like I've been really debating it, and then just for fucking shit and giggles, I would call it Sparemint or something like that. I feel this speech is how we ended up with 153 different distros, and you are exactly right, and that's why I don't want to do it, Nemero. I know that myself, and that's why I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I know it. I know it. I honestly know it. And it's not just 153, it's 100,000 different distributions or something like that. But I get you, and I'm with you, man. I get you, and I'm with you. But like, from the guys and girls that I talk to on my live streams, each individual person in here could make a better fucking distribution than Peppermint. You guys or girls could make a better distribution than 95% of the distributions out there. And I keep thinking this. What if all of us could put that together? Make that a reality. Again, a guy can dream. You get what I'm saying? A guy can dream. And that's why I'm looking, again, this is also why I've been looking more and more at macOS. I don't really like Windows that much. I want... if I could, I would not be running Windows. But I don't like Linux either anymore. I don't like what it's become. I don't like the people around it. I like the idea about it. I like what I can do with it. The fact is, I have a really hard time finding a distribution that I can stand behind. Even Ubuntu and Pop OS and shit like that. Because they are all more or less doing something where I'm like, all of these things is fucking crazy. They make sense for the corporate world, but they don't make sense for desktop. The closest I have come is Ubuntu, Pop OS, and Kubuntu, and Manjaro. But I'm still torn between them. For different reasons. Solus used to be my go-to distribution. That's actually why I want to spin it up today, because someone was mentioning it in my comment section. But they are kind of... After... what was it? Ike, his name was? After he stepped down from Solus, it's kind of gone downhill a little bit. Let's be honest here. It's not the same without Ike. I'm sorry to say it, but it's just not the same. I still like Solus a lot. I still think it's a great... It's one of the best Linux distros out there, but it's not the same anymore. It's not the same. I've been doing that for years. SNX OS and EasyArtist are my preferred distros. Yeah, and here's the thing. We all... And that is what Linux is going to be. Everyone makes their own distribution that they run. That's Linux on the desktop. One day it will be so fucking easy to respin whatever Linux you want that you can just swing your fucking penis in front of the screen. Now you have an ISO with all your preference things on it. So everyone will be doing that in a web-based interface and then install it on their desktop. It would just be based on whatever they prefer the most. I wish Linux had a standard. I wish Linux had a standard package format. I wish we had a standard desktop environment. This was the Linux desktop environment. Don't mean we can't have anyone else, but this is the official, standard, agreed upon Linux desktop environment. I wish we had a Linux official agreed upon kernel. It could be the LTS kernel. I don't give a fuck. We can still have all of the rest kernels, but then it's not Linux anymore. Then it's modified Linux. And it's basically the exact same thing that's going on today. Ubuntu is a modified Linux distribution. Red Hat is a modified Linux distribution. The only thing distributions have in common, and they don't even have that in common anymore, is that they are running the Linux kernel. But all distributions is more or less running their own version of the Linux kernel. So they are not even the official Linux. Ubuntu is not even Linux anymore. It's a Linux compatible system. Because they tweak the fucking kernel. When you tweak the kernel, it's not Linux anymore. Then it's your version of the kernel. All these distributions we have in the wild, unless you're using the vanilla kernel, you are basically just a Linux compatible system. That's what it is. If you're really anal about it, that's what it is. And why not just say this kernel here is the official Linux kernel? With these patches and blah 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 blah. We can still have Ubuntu. It just can't have the Linux name attached to it. We can have this is the desktop environment that is Linux. Blah blah. So when people want Linux, they can get the vanilla Linux experience, or they can get the EasyArtist Linux experience. They can get the vanilla Linux experience, or they can get the Ubuntu Linux experience. We don't have a vanilla Linux experience. And that is really fucking bad. If you ask me. Because we don't have a go-to thing where developers and hardware vendors can say, you have to support the vanilla version of Linux to be Linux certified. Right now, you can support Arch, but you can't work on, it may not work on the Ubuntu. You can support Ubuntu, but it may not work on the OpenSUSE. That is one of the biggest fucking problems we have in Linux. It's hurting us so much. I think my gnome is going to be my main distro because it's really nice. It sounds like... I think you're going to be my girlfriend because you're really nice. This is lame at the pub with like a beer in his hand. Hey, what is your name? Josephine? Hey, Josephine? I think you're going to be my girlfriend because you're really nice. And then he's walking away. Like, what the fuck is going on here? I can just imagine me this like glamour with like a cowboy hat on and fuck weed in his face. And the girl's just looking at what the fuck is going on here. OpenSUSE had a web-based distribution creator. It's still around to some extent. Studio. Yeah, it's called something. Studio Express, I think it's... No, it's is it the open build service? I think it is called now. It's still here. I think it's just called build system or... Oh. I can't remember the correct address to it. What you're asking for never existed in the Unix world either. Unix was fragmented from... Yeah, and that's why Unix is not that popular. We can't live in the past. We can't say, oh, it was never like that, so therefore it can't be like that. Yeah, OpenSUSE Factory, I think is the name of it. You're probably right, yeah. No, Factory is the base. No. Factory is the development branch of that distribution. No, that's not it. That's the development branch for that distribution. That's right. Yeah, but here's the thing. If that didn't happen for Unix, that's probably why Unix had a problem back then with unifying users and stuff like that. And also, Unix is not Linux. Linux is not Unix. It's like, I don't know why people want Linux to be Unix. Because if Linux is Unix, Mac OS is Unix. FreeBSD is more Unix by design than Linux is. Okay? Linux is a system that has a lot of the same philosophies and design choices as Unix, but Linux is not Unix. Linux is Linux. It's just a POSIX compatible and Unix compatible system. Just like Ubuntu is a Linux compatible system, but it's not Unix. If Linux was Unix, we would not call it Linux, we would call it Unix. Like, and if things don't work under Unix, why would they work under Linux? If I keep burning my hand by putting it on a hot stove, and I've been burning my hand for 10 years by doing that, let me put another coat on and do it the same thing, or move into a new apartment and still put my hand on a hot fucking plate. Nothing will change other than me being stupid enough to heat up my oven and put my hand on it. The only thing that, like, if it didn't work then, it probably would not work in the future. Me going to a girl in a bar. Hey girl, are you a Java because you're fine? Yeah. No, SUSE Factory is the development code base for Tumbleweed and Sleep and SUSE Enterprise Linux and stuff like that. I think it's called the OpenSUSE build system now that I'm thinking about it. Oh. Yeah, here it is. OpenSUSE build, the build.opensuse.org. That's the one I'm thinking about. And you want me to throw a really, really big fucking spanner into this whole Unix thing about Linux. The Linux kernel is not designed about around the Unix philosophy. It really is not. And also the Unix philosophy has been debated and researched by a lot of people, and there are a lot of critics out there. I'm not a software developer, so I won't say that it's bad or not bad, but I will just say there are a lot of critics out there about the Unix philosophy. But the Linux kernel, by design, is not following the Unix philosophy. The Linux kernel, like a Google developer once said, the Linux kernel is like an old muscle car from the 60s and 70s. If everything is straight and everything runs, it runs really well and really fast. But if just one thing breaks or take a turn, everything goes up in flame. And Linux is built on a house of cards. Linux is built a little bit like Systemd. If one thing goes wrong in the Linux kernel, hey English Bob, a lot of fucking things can go wrong in the Linux kernel. I don't get why people are so entrenched with this. Oh, this is Linux. This is Unix. Oh, no, it's not. It's Linux. I know they are not the same, but Linux was developed as a Unix-like system. But they are the same in the way they are built for individual independent parts. So is macOS. macOS is doing the same fucking thing. So macOS is just as much Unix as Linux is. I think Windows is built up around the same thing. Windows have a semi-modular kernel. They have a lot of modularity to it. If you think about it, could Windows be built up around more individual and independent parts than Linux is? Like, a lot of these arguments here have no fucking bearings. It's buzzwords we like to throw in about Linux. So we look smart and we think Linux is more better than Windows and Mac OS. The fact is, here's another fact. When did Windows 11 came out, or Windows 10 came out? Release date 2015. When Windows 10 came out with that kernel, most of the kernel had been rewritten. macOS has rewritten their kernel a lot of times. How often have the Linux kernel been rewritten? We are what we do with Linux. I love this. Now I can play Bob Ross. Now you guys can see my own my bad drawing skills here. This is more or less how Linux is being built. We make a block of code. We put another block of code on top of it. We put another block of code on top of it. We put another code block on top of it. Put another block of code on top of it. Blah, 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 blah. You get my idea. Windows and Mac OS do the same to some extent. But sometimes they're like, yup, let's start over. Or let's start over with, I can't go forward. But let's start over from here. So let's remove everything from here down here and let's start over from here. So technically, we could debate, like this is some mental gymnastics at the highest degree here, but we could debate that Linux is an outdated old system that is just being built upon, where systems like Mac OS, even Haiku, they do rewrite a lot of fucking things. Linux rarely fixes everything in the kernel unless it's, unless there's something wrong with it. Esnik, I disagree, as Linux is so much more flexible than Unix, as Unix is very rigid. Yeah, I haven't used Unix. But I don't think FreeBSD is that rigid as Linux. And I honestly don't think Linux is that flexible. Because, again, let's stroke the penises of the GNU people. Linux is just the kernel. Like, let's be honest, Linux is the kernel. The flexibility with Linux is the components that we put on top of the kernel. The kernel in of itself is not more or less flexible than, let's say, the NT kernel or the Linux or what the fuck the Mac kernel is called, or the FreeBSD kernel is. Hey, heck, I will even debate that the Haiku kernel is more flexible than the Linux kernel. But it's what we put on top of the kernel that's way more flexible under Linux and FreeBSD than Mac OS and Windows. But that has less to do with the kernel and more to do about the design philosophy around a Linux distribution versus a Windows operating system or a Mac operating system. Basically, that we have the choice to mess around with those components. It's not predetermined for us. That's the only difference, is that we can decide what we want on top of our Linux kernel. We can't do that on Windows and Linux. Oh, sorry, Windows and Mac OS. But it could be just as easy, we just can't do it. We don't know how easy it is to, let's say, run a different desktop environment under Linux. Oh, sorry, Windows. Because we don't know how it works under the hood. So we don't know how easy it is and how modular it is besides the kernel. How easy it is to take the kernel in and out of the Windows ecosystem. We do know it about Linux, so therefore we can say that Linux is really modular. What about Mac OS? Use the same kernel on the mobile phones as they do on the desktops nowadays. That's really modular if you ask me. again, it's a lot of buzzwords that we throw around in Linux, and again, that's why I'm getting really fed up with Linux. That we are telling, again, also why I get fed up, I got really randy about Peppermint. We are saying all of these fucking things to potential users, and it means nothing. Modularity means nothing for the end user. They don't give a fuck. Can they watch Pornhub and watch EB driving a truck 200 miles an hour into a fucking side road while he's spilling coffee all over himself? That's the only thing they care about. Like I said, nobody cares about Linux. Linux have done nothing to the computing world in the grand scheme of things. Windows 10 kernel works with almost every network card. I remember if I want to set up a Windows 7 or older computer, I had to install a network driver. Yeah, again, the Windows kernel work, again, now I haven't researched the Windows kernel in fucking years, but the Windows kernel works a little bit more a la how the Linux kernel talks with modules. So the Windows kernel really likes or want vendors to make modules that plugs into the kernel. Where Linux is more like, let's build all driver support into the kernel. And then optional, you can have modules if you want to. So if we go, again, I'm highly simplifying and I'm going out from, again, I'm really not that versed in this. It's just my memory and what I have read, and don't take this as gospel, but if this is the Windows kernel, and you want, let's say, a network card driver, you plug that in, the vendor makes a driver, you want a sound card driver, you do that. The Linux kernel is like here, and then you can do the same thing with modules. You can add modules to the kernel, or they just expand the code base of the kernel. So the code is in here by default in the kernel. Those are the two ways that you can do it with the kernel. I don't know. I think you can also do that with the Windows kernel, but I think, again, I'm really don't quote me on this. But we do have drivers for a reason for new sound cards and peripherals under Windows for this reason, that it's the preferred way that they like to add support for hardware into the Windows kernel. I don't know how well and how much that they can add stuff, driver support into the kernel. I need to read up about that again. But this is like how I understood it from like 2, 3, 4 years ago. And that came about me researching how is a module faster or slower than driver code within the kernel, and the development post I looked at said that it's the same speed. So if you are using a module to plug in your driver to the Linux kernel, or you're using, you're putting the code inside the kernel, it's almost identical speed. You can't noticing it was basically what I got my or the way that I understood the papers I was reading. Nobody cares about Linux because it's such a scattered landscape. People give a lot about the Ubuntu, but everyone is so segmented. Oh, it just popped up that there's no universal support for it. Yeah, and you're kind of right. That's why I want a vanilla Linux, is that the lack of agreeable standardization is really fucking bad for Linux. If you want, here's the thing: if you want someone to do something for you, and you want them to do it for free, you better do it, or you better make it as fucking easy and convenient for them as possible. Like, you have to make it so easy and convenient for them as possible. Linux is not doing that. We want people to support us. But hey, we want you to support us. But hey, there's some caveats, my good friend. You can only do it if you do it in these ways. You can only do it if you do as we want you to do. You can only do it in certain areas, and you can't do it there. You cannot do it like that. We are basically telling them, okay, the way that you're running your business, you cannot do that under our system. But come support us. But you have to then redo how you make your money and how you do your business to satisfy our need. And then they are looking at Linux like, you are like 1%, 2% at the desktop market. You want us that makes billions of fucking dollars on Windows and Mac OS to satisfy your need, and then you are so fucking arrogant that you are telling us how to do it and what we can and can't do. Yeah, I think not. Again, I am really being over dramatic here, but you get what I'm saying here. That's how it sounds, man. I just had to see something. It smells like someone is burning something outside. Well, let's hope the fire alarms works if there's going to get fire anywhere. It could also just be me being fucking animated like a ball's ass and sweating my ass off, and it looks like fire. So, let me see what you guys are saying here. For me, I love Linux and prefer it over Windows, but I'm not going to lie to people saying that Linux is 100% replacement. I wish I could say it, but it's not true. Yeah, and that's sadly how most Linux distributions sounds like. If I'm being honest, if Microsoft Office 365 support Linux, I will stay on Linux. OpenOffice is good, but OpenOffice is Microsoft Office is better. Again, yeah, I get you. I get you 100%. For some people, only Office or LibreOffice is better, and for others, it's not. And that's the problem. We don't really give them a choice. Because they're like, well, we give them a choice, and we saying we give them a choice, but we really don't. Because here's the thing: if you want people to have choice and decide what they want to do, you should also allow them and give them the choice to choose the things you don't want them to choose. Linux is like, oh, hey, we have so many choices of, let's say, Office suites, because we have all agreed upon this is the only Office suites that you can choose from. Yeah, but I like Microsoft Office. No, not good. Look at all the choice you have. We have 5 different big software suites. Yeah, but I like OpenOffice, Microsoft. No. Listen to me. We have these choices. Look at all the choices you have. Yeah, but I like this. You get what I'm saying here? We are disguising choice. It's basically a dictatorship, if you think about it. It's like, hey, who the fuck was it that was it Saddam Hussein that had like this? Oh, we are now open for. I think it was I think he did it. Like, he had an election, but he chose who could say, these are the people that you can vote on. So it's not an election. It's not choice. It's not freedom. If we are determined and we are the bosses of what is allowed and not allowed. Ken, on my second PC, there is no difference in speed between Windows 10 and Esting OS. No, and that's another thing. Windows 10, 11, Mac OS, FreeBSD. Unless you're doing something that specific operating system is 100% ahead of, you won't noticing it. Like, I had a debate with Silent Robot one time, and he was like, oh, I run Arch Linux because it's the fastest of all distributions he tried. Trust me, I've tried it. I hope he will do this. If I could, I would send him the fucking PCs. But take 5 PCs, install OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, Ubuntu, Arch, Manjaro, I think that's 4, Gentoo. Put the same desktop environment on it, open up the exact same game with the same settings on the same hardware, spin him around 10 times on a fucking chair, let him play that game, and then if he can tell me which one is the Arch system, 9 out of 10 times, or even fucking 6 out of 10 times, I will believe him. Most people cannot see the difference between the distributions unless they are in the fucking package manager. Or they open up Neofets or something like that. I don't know why I have Range open. Yeah, they don't. They can't. It's just a form. It's a form of validating the choice. He likes Arch, so he's finding any reason to validate his choice. Oh, well, Arch is 0.5% faster for this task. Arch is getting 2-3 points more than Ubuntu in this task. It's basically what is it called? most Linux distribution lovers and fanboys, and even Linux fanboys, and Windows fanboys, and Mac fanboys, are throwing out numbers and statistics, not statistics, but numbers and stuff like that, because it confirms their belief. It confirms what they're finding data that confirms what they want it to be. That's not scientific. That's not a reality. Because like I said, I could not tell the difference between running a game on fucking Ubuntu or Arch. You guys could probably not either. So what's the... Why? Why does it matter that you get 1 frame more per second? It's all these... Like I said, I'm getting fed up with Linux. I'm really... Like 20-something years with this fucking bullshit. Like, Linux has moved a long way on a technological level. I can't speak now. On a tech level. But it has also stand still for 20 years almost on the... Like, we had a massive advancement when Ubuntu came around. From 2004 to around 2010 was when Ubuntu made a lot of fucking waves of making Linux more accessible. I would say like the only big technology that we have had like the last 5 or 10 years has been flat packages and snap packages. That's what we can credit Linux to as our biggest advance. No more easier hardware this or easier user this or more convenient this and that. No, snap packages and flat packages. That's the 2 biggest things that's happened in Linux in the last 10 or so years. Think about that. What have Windows done in that lifespan? What have Mac OS done in that lifespan? That's I love my drawings. I need to be a painter. I'm the new Bob Ross, where I bitch and moan about Linux while making really bad boxed art on Paint. Nothing wrong with OnlyOffice. If it works for me, but MS Office has better feature. I have not used a Microsoft Office product since 2004 or 5 or something like that, so I can't really tell you. Before that, I used Sun Office, then I used LibreOffice, and now I'm using Google Docs. Google Docs all the fucking way. For me, Windows 11 boots are a little like 2 seconds faster than Manjaro. That could also be a little bit about preloading, because Windows 11 and 10 do this smart things to fool the user. So they boot up to a usable desktop experience. And then they boot all the programs that you need to run. And they've talked about this in their press releases and stuff like that, that they boot up to basically this here. So this here, this for them, that's a successful boot when you can see the desktop. Then they start to boot, all the drivers and Discord and, all of those things. Not drivers, sorry, all the peripheral drivers and stuff like that. So the Razer client, the Logitech client, or whatever you have running, it may open up Discord for your VPN. Everything, that's the stuff you need to run your Windows install, but that's not counted as the boot up time. And you do that on purpose, where in the older Windows, when you loaded into Windows, every program started from a fucking, okay, now we're starting this program, this program, this program, this program, this program. Everything just started at once, and they found out that actually hurt the boot up time. So now I think they're also now curating, so the most used program are being started up before the less used programs. Where technologies like this in Linux? That's a really useful end-user technology. Just asking. That's something that would be neat if I boot up to GNOME, that get a plank, or we get like the desktop, and then the GNOME was like, okay, we see you open up Firefox 99% of the time, so let's open that up first. Then the second most used program is the terminal. We'll be opening that up next time. Then it's Steam, open things up in that order so you can start doing the things you want to do the fastest. That would be really useful for the end user. That's something Windows have done for years. I'm starting to sound like a Windows fanboy now. Linux Experiment did a good job explaining Ubuntu isn't Ubuntu anymore. Ubuntu is Ubuntu. Ubuntu just changed direction. There's nothing wrong with that. Ubuntu wanted to be Apple of Linux, but that didn't work. So now they want to be the corporate side of Linux, and that worked for them. They wanted to be more like more like not Apple. Think, you stupid idiot. They want to be more like Red Hat, or they wanted to be more like Red Hat because there were money in that, and less like Apple or Windows on the desktop side. So Ubuntu is still Ubuntu. Nothing has distribution changes, but Ubuntu is still Ubuntu. So I don't really agree with that. Ubuntu is still Ubuntu. They are just doing a lot of things that the desktop users don't agree with, and that is not that well suited for a desktop user. But again, we can't make them money to stay alive if they were only thinking about the desktop. They have to do what earns them money, and that is the corporate world. So that's what tech presents. That's what matters to them. We are kind of like a little bit of an afterthought sometimes. So Ubuntu is still Ubuntu. Ubuntu is not Ubuntu that it was in 2004. Ubuntu is not Ubuntu it was in 2010. But it's still Ubuntu. It's like saying that I'm not Kent because I'm 39 years old, I'm fatter, I have a little bit gray hair here and there. I changed. I need to lose some weight and get back into the gym, but I changed. So I'm not Kent anymore because I changed. Don't really bode well, in my opinion. Unix was always proprietary, so less flexible than Linux, but the design philosophy is well. So just because something is proprietary, this is what really fucks me up with these like fanboys views here. Just because something is proprietary don't mean it's not flexible. It only means it's not flexible for you. The only thing proprietary means that you cannot mess with it. Is it flexible for the developers that can mess with it? That's the problem. Or the question, sorry. Do you really think that Microsoft is the only people working with Windows? They have third-party vendors working with them all the fucking time. They have consultants. They have outside people working on their systems all the time. And it could be it could be way more flexible and way more easy to work with Microsoft than with Windows, with Linux. We just don't know because they sign NDAs and all of that shit. The only thing proprietary means is that you can mess with it. You, the user. So, is that less flexible? No, it just means that you, the user, don't have access to the flexibility. What about the developers that sign development agreements with the company? Those are the ones that could tell us if it's less or more flexible than other systems. You don't know for a fact how flexible macOS and Windows is. I don't know because we have not seen the code. Yeah, so you just made your own point invalid. And also, Linux design philosophy and the Unix philosophy is not that similar as you think. Like I said, the Linux kernel is not built up around the Unix philosophy. A lot of components within Linux is actually not built up around the Unix philosophy. And there are even debate about what the Unix philosophy is. Like there are confusion about what the Unix philosophy really is. I got most of the auto start disabled that doesn't need to be. But I look at the system to see if anything pops up. Yeah, I do the same with my Windows machine. Like once in a while, like every 6 months, I look, because you always install and uninstall software on the Windows and shit like that. So I always, like once a month, I look at my startup database and stuff like that. Linux, you can add programs to start up easy. Windows, you have to make a shortcut. So if you go into your, I can make a video about it, but it's actually really, really easy because Windows kind of have some of the same thing. It's just hidden under the computer management tool, and then there's a subsection called startup, and then you basically just add a you can either drag or drop exe file in there, or you just add the path. You just add the program, type in the program name, and you can even, I think you can even sort it out in what order it should be started up in. So just like it's probably easier to do this. Is it called startup? Is it auto start? Where the fuck is it? Oh, I probably need the tweaks tool to do that. Yeah, I need to install that. Oh. Fucking hate gnome-based distributions. Desktop environment. I think that's how you spell it. Oh, you have to be root. Sorry. Don't yell at me. I'll be a nice boy now. There you go. Yeah, here's startup application. So under Windows, you kind of have the same thing as here. It's just hidden under what the fuck? The computer management tool or something like that. Again, I will make a video about it because I think a lot of people don't know about that. But you basically do the same as here. You just do this and then you add a program you want to start up or add it. You can also go into the registry and alter it in there. But it's actually quite easy if you know where to go. But yeah, they do hide it. And back in Windows XP, I think it is, they had like this in down here. And also in Windows 7, maybe? I can't remember. They had like a sub-menu called Start. And then you could put your programs in there that you want to start up automatically. But yeah, Windows have something a la this here also, where you just click Add, and then you can add your startup program. And I think you can even set priority and stuff like that in it also. I need to read up a little bit about it, but I will make a video about how to do it easily on the Windows, because it is really, really, really easy. You just need to know where to find the information or find the program. Linux, you can add programs. Yes, proprietary is not necessarily less flexible, but it requires a license fee. Oh, I read that. And yes, Linux most definitely follows the footstep. Yeah, it follows the footstep. But oh, okay. Let me read what you're saying here. And yes, Linux most definitely follows the footstep of the Unix philosophy. It was invented to give Linux the ability to run a Unix-like system as a poor student. So, there is a difference between being Unix compatible and following the Unix philosophy. Because the Unix philosophy is a development and design method. Being Unix compatible is something else. It's being compatible with another system. You can be Unix compatible without following the Unix philosophy. Listen to the wording in of itself, philosophy. It's a way of thinking, doing a thing. The Unix philosophy is more about software development and design, and not about that, oh, you have to follow the Unix philosophy to be able to link Unix compatible. There are plenty, and you know this yourself, there are plenty of software, like Systemd, for example, that are going against the Unix philosophy, but is compatible with Linux. So because Linux needs to follow the Unix philosophy to be compatible with Unix, that will also mean that Systemd has to follow the Unix philosophy to be compatible with Linux. I think they were messing it up a little bit here, my friend. I do agree with you that Linus invented Linux as a way to run, I think it was Solaris he wanted, or BSD, I can't remember. But he wanted a Unix system, but he couldn't afford one, so he built a Unix-like or Unix-compatible system. The way he developed it, the philosophies and methods behind it, is, if he followed the Unix philosophy, you could call it the Unix philosophy. It's a little bit like painters, you know. Oh, is it in the style of Picasso or something like that? that don't mean that if I'm painting in the style of Picasso, that I am Picasso. Or I'm following his footsteps or doing exactly what he's doing. It just means that I'm doing some of the same things. And being compatible with Unix, you don't have to follow the Unix philosophy. There are probably also plenty of Unix programs out there that don't follow the Unix compatible programs that don't follow the Unix philosophy. I think you should read a little bit up about the Unix philosophy. It's actually really, really interesting, but it's also highly debatable. Yeah, but that don't mean... Again, just because they come out of the Unix world don't mean that they follow the same philosophy. A lot of Linux developers come out of the Windows Mac world. Should they follow the same philosophy? And as far as I know, both Windows and Mac OS, I think Mac OS is more POSIX compatible than Windows is. Again, it means nothing. Again, this is just buzzwords flowing around in the world. Just because you're POSIX compatible don't mean that you're following the Unix philosophy. Windows is POSIX compatible, and I think Mac OS still is POSIX compatible. So are they also Unix? It's really narrow-minded thinking or viewpoint of Linux. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Linux for not following the Unix philosophy. Like, I like KDE, that's not following the Unix philosophy. Some people like GNOME, that's definitely not following the Unix philosophy. But again, the Unix philosophy in of itself is just a highly debatable development method. It's a set of cultural norms and philosophical approaches to minimalism, modular software development. It is based on the experience of lead developers of the Unix operating system. So he made an operating system and he found out that these cultural norms and these philosophies worked really well with the way that he was developing Unix. So therefore he came up, or they came up with it was only one guy came up with the Unix philosophy. But if you read more into it, there's also widely debates about what the Unix philosophy actually means. Is it modularity over anything else, or is it minimalistics over anything else? There's great debate about what is the Unix philosophy, and how is it being implemented, what is the right way to implement it, what's the wrong way. The only Unix connection the Unix philosophy have with it is that it's a philosophy he came up with while developing Unix. That don't mean that because you are Unix compatible that you're also following the Unix philosophy. It's kind of like saying that every Linux YouTuber is using the same philosophy to make their Linux videos. Just because we make Linux videos. We are going about it in totally different ways. We have different cultural norms, we have different philosophies, we have different moral compasses and moral norms. He just said that, I developed Unix, and this seemed to work really, really well with the way that I developed Unix. So then he made the Unix philosophy. And again, XFCE is following the Unix philosophy. They are posting about it on their website. That they are saying that we are following the Unix philosophy. And as you know, everything... Like the panel is a module under XFCE, the Whisker menu is a module or independent program, the control center is an independent program where each component of the control center is an individual component. And that is what a lot of people think is the Unix philosophy. But then there's the minimalistics, like you have to do things as minimalistic as possible. So that could be Pantheon maybe. Or should it be both? Should it be modular software or minimalistic? And we can't really say that the kernel is that much modular. It has modular components to it, but it's really not. It's a high, what is it called? Higher monolithic kernel. There you go. Yeah, that's definitely not the Linux kernel then. Like that would be a microkernel. Unix philosophy boils down to a collection of small tools working together to achieve desired ends, reducing code duplication by independence of small tools. That's your interpretation of it. Or someone's interpretation of it. Like I said, this is what they're saying here. And granted, this is a really this is a massive, brush that you're painting the Linux philosophy with this here, that it's a philosophy about cultural norms, philosophical approaches to minimalist modular software development. Like, almost anything and everything can go under this. You probably have read somewhere or someone that's the interpretation that you like, so you're sticking with that. And like I said, this is why there's a lot of confusing about the Unix philosophy. That, what is it really? And how is it, like I said, are you going for the modular thing? Are you going for the minimalistic thing? Are you going for, is having duplicates of code minimalistic, or is it minimalistic for the user viewpoint? That's also something like, if you're interacting with the script, is it minimalistic to you even if there is duplication or complexity in the code, but that means that it's simplistic to use? Again, with anything, and you know this more than everyone else, that philosophy is highly debatable. Philosophy is not a set of rules. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of doing a thing, but it's not like this is the only way of doing it. It's just, this is my philosophy of how to make a cake, for example. And I use a little bit less sugar than everyone else, or I put a little bit of fairy dust on it than other people don't. This is just my philosophy about what a cake is. And then you can be like, oh, no. My philosophy about cake building is this and that. And we are almost the same, so we can say we're using the same philosophy. If I make any sense whatsoever. I think what you have done, and we all do this, you have found some explanation about the Unix philosophy that fits your narrative that you want about the Linux philosophy. Nothing wrong with it. If you think that is the Linux philosophy, you are just as right as I am. But that also means that Linux is not following the Unix philosophy, because the Linux kernel is nothing but that. The Linux kernel is definitely not a collection of small tools working together to achieve desired ends and reducing code duplication by independence of small tools. That's definitely not the Linux kernel. Like I showed you before in my Bob Ross interpretations of painting, that the Linux kernel is basically just a house that you put on another, put other rooms on it, you extend it. That goes a little bit against the Unix philosophy in the way that you're describing it. And I am sure there are plenty of code duplication in Linux kernel, just in any other massive, big projects. I read one article that said that the Unix philosophy only works with small teams and small software projects. Because if the project gets too big, you can't follow the Unix philosophy anymore. There are too many people involved in it. There are too much code, basically. Just like it's either undesirable or unmanageable to do it that way. And like I said, it's a philosophy. It's not like if you do this, that's right. If you do that, that's wrong. That's not what the Unix philosophy is. It's a way of doing a thing. It's like, this is how I built this birdcage. I could start with the bottom. You start with the top. I could start with the front. You start with the back. And I can explain why I have 2 centimeters between the nails, and you can explain why you have 4 centimeters between the nails. And it takes nothing away from Linux, and it gives nothing to Linux to be part of the Unix philosophy. Linux uses monolithic, that's the word I was looking for. Like Unix uses shared libraries to reduce code duplications, uses small tools like the GNU utilities, and follows the POSIX standard. That is why I say, yeah. But now this is why I love and hate debating with you, Esni, because you're moving the goalpost now. You started out saying that Linux was Unix, or was as close to Unix as possible, or not possible, but it basically was Unix. you were saying that Unix was definitely following the Unix philosophy, and now you're basically saying that it's not really true. It's similar. You can't have it both ways, my friend. You can't have it both ways. Either it's similar, like we said in the beginning, or it's not. Just because it follows Linux. Here's the thing: Linux follows a lot of the fucking same things as Mac OS does. Like Mac OS and Linux and FreeBSD, those three not distributions, but operating systems, are way more alike than they are not. So does that mean that they are kind of the same thing? You said that they followed the Unix philosophy, yeah, but it don't. And here's another thing: the GNU utilities have nothing to do with with Linux. Linux is the kernel. You can't use GNU utilities as an example. Because the GNU tools have nothing to do with Linux. It's not Linux. That's why Richard Stallman wanted to be called GNU Linux. Because he's an egocentrical nutcase. That can't have that someone get credit and he don't. And again, here's the thing. The only benefit, or not the only benefit, that's fucking wrong what I was about to say there. Let me rephrase that state. So, Linux, FreeBSD, and macOS has more in common than Linux have with Unix. Heck, FreeBSD is more like Unix than Linux is. I hope that probably make it more clear that FreeBSD, macOS, and Linux has more in common than Linux have with Unix. And BSD is probably the most Unix-like of them all. What I was about to say about the Unix philosophy. The only thing that matters about the Unix philosophy is if Linus Torvalds is developing Linux with the Unix philosophy. So he's using the development methods when he's developing the kernel following the Unix philosophy. The Unix philosophy has nothing to do with you and me and how we use the system. You probably can't even tell could you tell that XFCE was built up around the Unix philosophy and KDE was not? Could you tell that by using the software? You can't. But if you are a developer working with XFCE, you can say that you can see the difference between XFCE and KDE. So if you think that it's following the Unix philosophy, and Linus Torvalds himself have not said officially that we are developing Linux with the Unix philosophy in mind, I don't believe you. Just because he designed a Unix-like system don't mean that he's following the philosophy, because one don't automatically means the other. They are not intertwined with each other. You can be Unix compatible to some extent, like FreeBSD is, or macOS is, and not following the Unix philosophy. I don't think Mac developers are following the Unix philosophy. XFCE are saying that they are following the Unix philosophy. So I believe them. Okay? I don't know where the fuck they said that, but they is it about? Here. XFCE embodies the traditional Unix philosophy of modularity and reusability. So this is again another interpretation of what the Unix philosophy is. You get what I hope you can kind of see why there's a lot of people being a little bit, the Unix philosophy, is it just a buzzword or whatever? What is it really? Because here's another reinterpretation of what the Unix philosophy is. It's modularity and reusability. It consists of a number of components that can be provided, that can provide the full functionality one can expect of a modern operating system's environment. They are packaged separately and you can pick among them the available packages to create the optimal personal working environment. So there are some similarities to what your interpretation of it was. But where's the minimalistic aspect of it? That they were saying here, where's the minimalistic part of it? Where is the part that you were talking about to cut down on reproducing code, duplicate coding? And this is, again, I spent like a couple of days over a weekend looking into this whole Unix thing because I want to make a video about the Unix philosophy and Linux and the Unix philosophy. And I basically went against it because it's so open to interpretations that I'm right and you're right and nobody's wrong. Because it's whatever you want it to be. If you're just following like the modularity and you're following somewhat within, you're paying somewhat within the same lines as the Unix philosophy or the terms of, because again, it's a philosophy. It's not a rule set, it's not a guidance, it's a philosophy. Where's the cultural norms in this here that the Unix developer was talking about? So I will agree that they are following, or they are embodying basically means that they are not 100% following, but they are using some of the Unix philosophies. Yeah, I 100% yes, yep. But I have not seen this statement comes out from Linus Torvalds about Linux. So just because you think it, or I think it, or Bob think it, or Joe think it, or the fucking hooker I just ordered that comes in 2 hours think it, I don't put words into other people's mouth. I'm not sitting here and saying that, oh, Esnex's install script and the way he does Easy Archer must following the Unix philosophy. I can say that it looks like it. But I will not put those words into your mouth because you have not told me or told anyone that that's what the way that you're developing your operating system, that you are following the Unix philosophy. So therefore I can only speculate and I can only say, oh, it looks like it, but I don't know it as a fact. So therefore, it's not following the philosophy unless they say it. So yeah, find me a post where Linus Torvalds say that he's following the Unix philosophy, and I will 100% agree with you. 100,000% agree with you. Hey, Spin Viking, how are you, man? Hope you're doing well, man. And yes, FreeBSD is a Unix. Well, I think free. I don't think FreeBSD is like Unix. If you want to travel around the world and be invited to speak a lot of different places, just write a Unix operating system. Linus Torvalds creator. Yeah, but that is not the Unix philosophy. And he mean a Unix-like operating system. Give me the quote, but I don't want to sit and read a fucking article. How long is it? Yeah, they're just taking a quote out of it here. It says the use of the Linux philosophy for Unix was a great waste. The use of the Unix philosophy just for Unix was a great waste. Fortunately, Linux came along. Beloved Linux user group member. Again, this is a Linux user group member. This is not Linus Torvalds. Again, you can develop a Linux compatible or Unix compatible system, but not following the Unix philosophy. And like we just saw with XFCE here, you can follow it to a bigger or lesser degree. I don't want to say that he's following the Unix philosophy until I see him do it. No, I'm not moving the goalpost. I said. Yeah, exactly. Even Unix doesn't follow Unix philosophy. Again, I'm not moving the goalpost. I said to you, making a Unix compatible system don't mean that you are following the Unix philosophy. I've said that from the beginning. And I've also said that you can follow the Unix philosophy to some degree or not to some degree. And also the Unix philosophy is highly debatable. Yeah, look who said that. Who said that? Here, the use of Unix philosophy just for Unix was a great waste. Fortunately, Unix came along. A beloved or AW Linux user group member. So a Linux user group member, 2005. This is a user of Linux saying it. It's not Linus Torvalds. That don't mean that it applies to Linux. That means that a user think it's applying to Linux. You get what I'm saying here? So I am saying Esnik is making Esnik OS and Easy Archer following the Unix philosophy. Because I say it, it's true. I can even say Esnik is making Easy Archer with the Microsoft development philosophy. It's true, because I said it. Because it has similarity to Windows Microsoft. It's an operating system with a kernel. If I'm really being fucking pissy and jabbing you around here. Again, read up about you. Here's the thing. If you like something, read the critics. Read the guys and girls that don't agree with the thing you like. You will learn so fucking much. And like I said, there are so many debates about the Unix philosophy, what it is, what it means, and you know, stuff like that, because it's a philosophy. It's kind of like debating the philosophy of life. It's not like the law of creativity. That's a law. Linux, the Unix philosophy. Again, this is not Linus. Is this a book Linus have wrote? Who wrote this book? Forward by John Mad.Hale. I love that guy, by the way. Yeah, so have you read this book? Developing Unix, Linux, a case of 1 + 1 million. The Unix philosophy in a nutshell. So they explain what the Unix philosophy apparently is. Again, there's no... again, find me a quote where Linus Torvalds say that he's developing Linux with the Unix philosophy. Or I'm saying that you're developing Easy Archer with the Windows philosophy. Why do you care so much about it? Why is this so important to you? I think it's funny to make you go on these fucking rabbit holes, but why do you think this is so important? Who fucking cares? Who cares if Linux is being developed with the big dick philosophy? Nobody. Who cares? I don't care. I don't even care. Like, you should not care at all. You should not even care if it's Unix compatible because you're running Linux and not Unix. Like, it's these, like, again, like I said, these debates here mean fucking nothing about Linux. It's just nerds want to be right. You think it's following the Linux philosophy, and I'm like, I don't know, I have not seen any evidence of it. And until the developer himself, the main developer, or one of the kernel developers themselves are saying that they are using the Linux philosophy to develop the Linux kernel, I don't care about what everyone else think or say, because they are not the developers. No, I am saying that you don't have to follow the Unix philosophy to be Unix compatible or be a Unix system. That's what I've said from the beginning. One thing don't exclude the other or include the other one. You can follow the Unix philosophy and not be a Unix system. You can also be a Unix system, a Unix compatible system, or POSIX compatible system without following the Unix philosophy. And then you went on this rabbit hole of proving that Linux is following the Unix philosophy, where everyone else beside Linus Torvalds himself, the developer, or what is that other kernel developer name? I can't remember his name now. The one that's focusing more on the desktop aspect of it. When none of them have said that it is. It's us outside people looking at how we think it's being developed, or how we think that the Unix philosophy can be used to that project. But that don't mean that it's so. Like, to some extent, Linux is being developed with a lot of philosophies around, let's say, proprietary code. The Linux is using a lot of proprietary code, methods, and methodologies in their code. The Unix philosophy, you're supposed to chain small programs together, yet Yeah, but a Unix operating... Snake. A Unix operating system don't mean that it's following the Unix philosophy. You just told me that FreeBSD is Unix. Is FreeBSD following Unix philosophy? I don't really know, to be honest. I don't. And also, he didn't write a Unix operating system. Linux is not Unix. Linux is a Unix-like system. I think again, this is the kind of the same problem I had with the guy about web development. You want to go into under the hood nitty-gritty. The comment you just quoted where Linus said that you should write a Unix system was something he said in generalization, so it makes sense. What sounds better to the common folk or the average developer? If you want to travel the world, make a Unix system. If you want to travel the world, make a Unix-like system that's Unix compatible and POSIX compatible. What do you think sounds better? Like, again, I'm autistic and I can read between the lines. Sometimes you have to read between the lines. If Linux was Unix, it would be called Unix. It would be Unix. Linux is not Unix. It's Unix-like. You yourself said in a former comment that Linux is a Unix-like system. So you should be against Linus saying that, oh, Linux is a Unix operating system, because you yourself said it was Unix-like. Unix-like is not the same as being Unix. Like, get your stories straight here, man. I don't want to be happy because it's these things here that is wrong with Linux. And I don't get why people can say that. Oh, it's this, and then when we dive into it and we look at it, oh, it's really not, but it really is. And again, it's not important. Why is it important? Why are we even talking? Why are we debating System D? Why are we debating fucking GNU Linux versus Linux? Why are we open source versus free software? And if you don't know what open source versus free software is, it's a really, really interesting debate between basically Richard Stallman on one camp and Linus Torvalds on another camp that don't really see eye to eye with everything and a lot of things, which is really, really an interesting debate to be following. And it's all of these things here that makes Linux a fucking irritating place to be, because we are doing it here for the shit and giggles and because we are nerds that have nothing better to do. But the thing is that a lot of people take this attitude here with them to the new users. Wait. You're using Linux and you don't know Linux is a Unix system. Let me explain to you about the Linux philosophy, the Linux development method, blah, blah, blah. You get what I'm saying here. And then if someone makes a generalized statement, like Linus did in that quote, he was generalizing about Linux and Unix. It's verbatim now. It's exactly how it is. Linux is now Unix, apparently. And like I said, when it comes to philosophy and shit like that, I don't believe anything unless it comes from the developer's own mouth. Because from now on, SNIC and SNIC OS and Easy Archer is officially being developed with the Mac OS and Windows philosophy. Kent Jensen, at the time 10 minutes to 9 p.m. Danish time, have now declared that. So it must be true until SNIC states otherwise. It's now an official fact that SNIC is developing Easy Archer and SNIC OS with the Mac OS and Windows development method. So I will make an official video declaring this. I will go on to all your forum posts, videos about it, and declare that. So there is a written proof that I have said that, so therefore it must be true that you are using the Mac OS and Windows development method to develop and make your script. Until you say something different. Linux is not Unix. It's a new kernel and new program designed for... It's only based on... So this is how I look at Linux and Unix, okay? To put it into another aspect. It's brother and sisters, okay? They are brother and sisters. And they're not identical twins. So they have some of the same DNA, but there's also other DNA that's massively different. Or you could even debate that they were cousins to each other. You know, that they... And I think in the beginning, when he took the Minix kernel and stuff like that, I think Linux... Oh, one of those fucking idiots again. There you go. I think in the beginning, Linux was way closer to Unix than it is today. Did I not? I muted that fuck. Oh, I hidden him. And let's remove it. There you go. Like Linux in like let's say in the 90s was probably way closer to Unix than it is today. Because so much has been added into the kernel and extended and stuff like that, that it may have been way closer to how Unix functioned in the beginning than it is today. Like everything evolves. And nobody cares because Mac OS is using a lot of Unix philosophy. It's POSIX compatible. A lot of commands is basically just easily transferable over to Mac OS. If you can use Linux in the command, you can more or less use Mac OS in the command line. So Mac OS therefore must be Linux. Therefore, so far I have said it. Let it be said. Mac OS is Linux, and following Unix philosophy, and the Unix development. What the fuck is it called? Method. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, because it's Linux. Would you put Mac OS under the Unix umbrella? I don't think you would, because you hate proprietary systems. Or most people do. XFC can be installed on several Unix platforms. It's known to be compiled on Linux, FreeBSD. Ooh. Ooh. They put Mac OS under Unix platforms. Hell has frozen over. What is Quivin? What is this? What are you? Who are you? It's a POSIX compatible programming and runtime environment that runs natively on Microsoft Windows. Oh yeah. I remember this now. It's basically Linux with the Windows kernel to some extent. Yeah. So is this Linux then? It's using GNU and open source, but the Windows kernel. Wow. No, I know you don't hate proprietary software. I was just hitting you with a stick. I want to see some screenshots of this shit. Oh, there you go. Snapshots. Oh, that's not what I want. Quibin X. X-server. Oh, that's what X-server. Oh. Oh, it's that old. It's that old. Wow. Oh, screenshots is right there. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Running on Windows 8.1. Oh, the latest screenshot is from 2015. Seems like it's dead. I did hey, Preachers, you're back. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my fucking god. I really don't have a life. This is interesting. Where's the they don't even have a fucking GitHub or GitLab or anything like that. No, I think it's I think it's what you I think it's this thing that you're talking about. just wondering why they don't have a development repository or source. Oh, wait. Yeah, source on Git, Git homepage. Ah, fuck you. That's not what I want. Here you go. Oh, it's being updated. Oh, they're still developing it. Last changes. Like 2 days ago. Nice. So it's in active development. Wow. That's... Yeah, 2 days ago. 10 hours ago they did a commit. Adopted Unifont. Quifuse, SSHFS. Oh, that's 74 hours ago. 47 hours ago. "26 years old, damn. Quigivin requires you recompile so it can't run Linux application without being compiled." Oh! Yeah, that's probably because of it's using the Windows NT kernel. So it's more like Windows with the GNU libraries than Linux with the Windows kernel then. It is probably the best way of describing it, right? What is the oldest one? 7 years ago? 7 years ago? Windows default manifest. Okay. Slightly changed rename. Update manifest to include Windows 10. Ooh. Host is canonical, not target. Where's the other one here? This is really interesting. Let's read something we have no fucking idea about what's going on here. x86. Oh, so I think it's checking for the CPU here for some reason. Yeah, this must be a CPU host check. Yeah, a host check. Yeah, I think it even called it that, right? Yeah, config. Oh, it's a host check. On OS2 it was called EMX. EMX is a suite of programs and libraries that support a Unix-like programming environment to support the C and C++ languages. Nice. Did you get some food or what it was that you were out to get, Peaches, by the way? And what did you get, Peaches? Sorry, not Peaches, Peaches. What kind of food did you get? Because I'm getting hungry and I want food in my belly soon. Yeah, so this may be a continuation. Because it don't sound like it's the same thing. What the fuck? Oh! My watch just told me that I achieved my physical activity goal today, so I totally forgot that I was out shopping today and I went for a walk. I was like, I have not done any physical fucking activities today. But apparently I have now that I'm thinking about it. The fuck? You keep telling me that I'm doing a good job. YouTube just told me something. I went and ran a few errands. I did eat some leftover soup from yesterday's dinner. Ooh, I'm not a big soup eater myself. I don't know why, but like my brain is fucking crazy. But I see soup as this like it's solid food mixed with drink. Like when I look at soup, it's like, is it a drink or is it solid food? It's like, just give me one of the other. I don't want to mix it together. Like, I don't want to have a drink with big fucking lumps in it I have to chew. Or I don't want to chew something that I have to drink. It's just like either make it a drink or make it solid food. I'm a little bit like, yeah, it's both. Yeah, but I'm like, I will say I had some amazing soups in my life, like amazing good tasting soups, but I don't want to eat it. Like I don't want those things mixed together. So is cereals a soup? Is cornflakes with milk a soup then? I'm not the biggest soup person myself, but I always eat when my fiance makes what my fiance makes. I get in trouble otherwise. See, that's a really good statement to make, my friend. That's a really good way of keeping peace in the household. Never shit in the kitchen, okay? Never angry the people that prepare your food. If someone is preparing your food, you are telling them that they are the best fucking person on earth and you love them more than anything. You are kissing their toes. You are carrying them around the house. You're doing everything they want. Because if they mess with your food, oh my fucking god, they can do unspeakable things to you. Like, they're the most important people in your house. Or start making your own fucking food. I'm not a big ramen eater either, no. I do like my cup noodles ramen. I do like my cup noodles once in a while. Like, once in a while, I can have, like a cup noodle or ramen or something like that. Like I get, my cup noodles and ramens is like, once a year, I get like a month where I just need like 5, 6, 7, 8 of them during a month. And then I don't eat it for like a year or something like that. I like stews better than soup. I need thicker gravy to stew. I do better with stew. Yeah, a good stew. I prefer. Yeah, I would definitely eat a good stew over a soup any day. Honestly, after you get married, you can push the soup aside and go for what you want. Yeah, until she starts to put everything unspeakable into the things. German goulash. I haven't had it in ages, so I can't. I ate it. The only thing I can remember is I ate it. I can't remember if I really enjoyed it or not, but I can eat it. Let me put it that way. I can eat it. I like when I eat food, I eat really basic food. It's like some form of meat, and then either some baked beans or some rice, and then with some spices on it. Or I get some meat, chopped meat or whatever it is, grounded meat, either chicken or beef. And I get a portion of rice, and then I put like Thai mix in it, or like Asian inspired sauce in it and stuff like that. And then I eat that. Or I eat like a steak with either beans or mashed potato mix or something like that. Like, I'm really basic because I make it for myself. I have to make all my food myself. And I love to cook. I hate to cook for myself. So when I cook for myself, it's mostly just really quick and simple food. And every month I eat like the same 5 or 6 different dishes. And then I get bread, with toppings on, like any other Danish guy. So it could be like toast with something on, or bread with something on, some form of meat on top of it. Like ham and cheese toast, or tuna toast, or tuna on bread, stuff like that. Yeah, but don't listen to me, I'm divorced. Yeah, that's because you wanted her to run Linux and she was a Windows user, and you're like, no, I cannot be married to someone that don't follow the Unix philosophy and run Linux, so therefore we cannot be together anymore. Like I said, I have had German goulash and spitzels before. I just can't remember how it tastes. It's not something that I would make for myself. I have limited capabilities in my kitchen because it's really, really small. We call it a tea kitchen here in Denmark. So I have 4 plates. That's all I have. I don't have an oven or anything like that. And plus, my whole kitchen is those 4 plates. I have a sink and 4 plates. That's it. Yeah, I know it's like a beefy stew, but I haven't had a stew in years. Like, honestly, I haven't had a stew in years. Like I said, what I just told you is what I eat. And sometimes I get Danish meatballs, or what you will call it, if I'm at my mom's, or I get like a what is it called? Chop stock? I can't remember what it's called, but you know, some other, you know, like a pig, a steak made of pig. I can't remember the chop stock. I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. Like, it's really basic food. Sometimes I get fish, you know, marinate fish, or fish on bread. I got divorced because I did not clear my browser cache. Yeah, I am the same. I'm the same. Except now I just order takeout or microwave stuff because cooking is too much work to clean up. Yeah, that's a really good way of getting as fat as I am, because I used to do the same thing. And one thing you can definitely count on is that those kind of meals is nothing but massive fucking carbs. And it's empty carbs, and it's sugar, and it's salt, and it's just fucking bad for you. Yeah, Lavetris, this is the biggest peppermint fanboy stream that you can ever dream of. I am sucking so much peppermint belongus, so you can't dream of it. I'm fat too. I don't want to eat that. I want to eat that's. I don't want to eat. That's not bad for me. Here's the thing. When I cook for myself, like a normal dinner, it takes me if I'm being active, you know, the time I spend over the stove, okay, is probably something like in total 10 minutes to 15 minutes. The total cook time can be anywhere between 20 to 30, 40 minutes, depending on what I'm making. Because it has to, you know, the water have to boil, you know, everything has to go up to heat, and then it just has to stand and simmer a little bit and stuff like that. But I spend at most 15 minutes actively being there, if you get what I'm saying. And sometimes the preparation, it will maybe 20 minutes of activity. And then the cleaning afterwards, it's like 5-10 minutes. You know, a skillet, couple of knives, forks, maybe a pot, maybe a plate. That's it. It really, it's, and I was like, if I order out, the fastest I can get food is within 40 minutes. I actually tried this a couple of times. I ordered a pizza, and I started to make food at the same time. And I could make the food quicker than the pizza came. And then I put the pizza, of course, in the fridge and ate it the next day. But you get what I'm saying here. Yeah, that's too long when I can microwave ramen. That's done in 4 minutes. So if I want something like that, I just buy cup noodles, and then I boil up water in 4 minutes and then pour that over the ramen. So then pot noodles, and that's it. But I like, you know, what do you call it, like big food, you know, real food. The reason I have my the reason I have my fiance use Linux is because she doesn't know how to use computers in the first place. The rare occasion when she needs help, I'm always able to help. Yeah, take care. Enjoy your weekend, Esnik. And here's the thing. What I normally do when I make food, I either upload a video while I'm making, so I'm finding thumbnails, I'm writing the description, putting in tags and all of that. I do that while I'm cooking a lot of times. If I upload midday, if I'm not uploading, I'm preparing a video to get edited while I'm cooking. So extracting audio, importing, and all that shit. Or I'm looking up subjects for a new video. So I do the things that I need to do. I sit down on my fat ass, do those things I was talking about, probably, or just watching a YouTube video or two. Go up when it's needed to do the things. It's really not that time consuming. Because it's not 15 minutes at once. It's like 2 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 2 minutes here again, 1 minute there again, just to go up and check if it's like, is everything okay? Stir the pot a little bit, stir the frying pan a little bit to see if everything is kosher and good to go. Just keeping tab on the food. If I knew everything, could stand by itself and I didn't have to like check up on it, if I 100% trusted my stove, it would take me 4 or 5 minutes to make the food. Meaning, take it out of, the things was preheated, it's ready to go. I could just take the meat out, put it on the pan, put the Asian-inspired sauce on it if I'm having that, and put the rice into the boiling water. And then I could just leave it alone for X amount of time and go back and then serve it. If I trusted myself and I trusted the cooking stove, and I timed everything perfectly, that's all I had to do. Preheat the skillet, put that in, and then leave. I only stand and nurturing my food just because I don't really trust my stove that much. It's as old as I am. We need a robot to cook for us. I mean, cooking, like, if you do it right, and you don't fucking fab around and messing around, and you have everything ready, it don't take a long... The thing that takes the longest time is stirring the pot, preparing the food if you need to prepare some food. And I always make sure I buy food I don't need to prepare. Honestly, the thing that takes the longest time, like physical activity, is washing the dishes. That takes longer than actually making the food. Like, when I'm saying making the food, you are doing something with the food. Rest of the time is just the food getting heated up. It's just the food standing on itself, doing what it needs to do. And you check on it once in a while to make sure you don't burn the house down. It really don't take much effort at all. I cooked a dinner for myself while on the fucking phone with one hand. Like, it's that fucking easy. Unless you... if you use a dish... I wish I had room for a dishwasher, man. Like... It's so fucking easy, man. So... you take your pan, your pot. It's preheated. That's the water is boiling. You put the meat on. You put the rice in. You put the Asian sauce or whatever condiments you want to your meat on top of it. Spices and whatnot. You stir this up a little bit. And then you go and watch Pornhub. Or whatever you want. And then every 5 minutes or so, you go back and you just, oh, is this burning? No. Is this burning? No. And then you go back again. And then when everything is ready, 10, 15, 20 minutes depending on what you're making, you just take it off the stove, put it on a plate, and you eat. That's all you have to do. Preheat the shit. It does that by itself. Put the meat and the condiments and spices and what on the meat. That's it. It's on, like... when I get lazy and don't want to cook, and I don't cook for like a week, I just eat bread with like condiments on top of it, you know, like cake, like I said, tuna sandwiches and stuff like that. And when I start to cook again, I'm like, it takes no fucking time. Why am I lazy? The thing that takes the longest time is the cleaning, is the washing the dishes. I'm like, why don't that's my main problem. I don't like doing dishes. So if I see, oh my god, all my pots and pans are dirty, I can be like, yeah, I can wash them tomorrow. And then I start to be like, yeah, let me wash them, but then I don't want to make food because then I have to wash them again. It's the dishwashing that makes me lazy, because I know I have to wash them. And I hate washing dishes. And if I just get a bread with a fucking tuna salad or egg salad in it, I can make that over a fucking piece of paper and throw the paper out and eat my fucking sandwich. You get what I'm saying here? Or go buy a sandwich and eat that. The cooking itself, it takes no fucking time, man. If you want to make everything from scratch, like your sauces from scratch and you know, control all your condiments and spices, it takes forever. But I just buy those, you know, Dr. Oetkers or what the fuck they are called, you know, those classes with like, oh, this is Asian-inspired sauce with like bamboo and all kind of fucking pineapple and shit in it. Then you just drop that whole fucking bucket of Asian sauce into like 400, 500 grams of grounded meat. And then that's your dinner. You just have to heat it up. Heat the meat up, heat the sauce up. Maybe put some spices on it if you want a little bit extra kick. And then heat up your rice. Or I put some Tex-Mex in it or something like that. You know, like... you can be really lazy with food. No dishwasher are better. It's just most people don't use that currency. Or correct. Don't use them correctly. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people... do it the wrong way. I find hand washing dishes. I find washing dishes is much more effective, quicker, and more often than not cleaner. Or do it in hand. I don't know. I've only done like when before I moved away from home, like almost fucking 20 years ago now. Well, 20 years ago now. My mom had a dishwasher, and I never used a dishwasher since. I never had a girlfriend that had one. I have never had one. I have friends that had one. But yeah, I always done it by hand. Just wash them immediately after you are done using them. Less work the next time. Yeah, and you are so fucking right, Peaches. But you know what? When you have eaten a good meal and you just want to lay on the couch and being a fat, lazy pig, it's really hard to go up and wash dishes. I normally wash my dishes right before I have to use them. That's my problem. If I just did what you were saying, that it will take half the time. It will be really easy and convenient, and I just need to get my fat ass to do it, but I don't do it. I wish there was a Dr. Oetker in Oetker. I can't speak right now in the US. I think there is. I think you guys can get it. It's just called something else. I've seen it. I've seen it on American television before. Those things are actually quite good. Their cakes are really good also. But what I don't buy these things. What I buy is like is that how you spell sauce? That's definitely not how you spell sauce. Yeah, it's nothing like it's something like this, but with, let's say, Asian sauce in it. you know, with pineapples and stuff like that, and you know, spices and fruits and vegetables and a sauce, and then you just drop that on top of the meat. And you can get it with all kind of, you know, Mexican inspired, Asian, Mediterranean, different sauces with all of with everything in it. So the only thing you have to add to that sauce, or that this bottle, or what you will call it here, is just meat. Let's see if I can. Not Instagram. What the fuck? Oh my god! That's a really provocative picture. So it's like it's nothing like this. So it would be something like this here. You know, a bottle like this. Like this here. So it would be a bottle like this. Sweet and sour sauce. Or different kind of variants of sauces from different around the world. And you just take this and dump it into, like, you know, 500 to 400 grams of grounded meat. Or you can even do it on you know, small pieces of meat. And then you just, you know, as a side, you get rice. I eat this quite a lot. Or I make, you know, I take like a steak and then I get like baked beans to it or something like that. Or it's just take plain old grounded meat, baked beans, tomato puree, I think it's called, and spices, and I eat that. Yeah, Knorr fixes. Yeah, it's kind of the same. No dishwasher. They are very common here in the States. Yeah. Most people in Denmark have a dishwasher. I don't have room for it. I live in a one-room apartment. That's why I don't have an oven. I don't have room for an oven, and I don't have room for a dishwasher. Had I had room for one, even the tables ones are too big for me. So yeah, if I had room for it, I would have both a dishwasher and an oven, of course. But yeah, this is how I make most of my food. I have some form of container with pre-made sauce, vegetables, spices, and I drop that on top of some meat. And then I get whatever size, like mashed potato that you get in a leaf. You know, you just add water to it. Or rice, or baked beans. Either chili baked beans or just tomato sauce. Baked beans and tomato sauce. And sometimes I just eat the meat, like I said, and then I put it in a skillet, brown it up, spices on it, tomato sauce to some, or what is called with basil in it, maybe some corn, and baked beans, and I just eat that. They are actually quite good. They are not that high in sodium. They are actually quite good. There's not that much sugar in them. And I look at I used to scan all my meals when I was on a health kick. I need to get back into that when I lost weight a couple before the lockdowns, before the human malware. I was using my fitness pal, and they are not that. There's not that many calories in it, and they're not that high on sodium and fat. They're actually quite healthy if you buy the right ones, and they're not that expensive. Like $3 or $4 for one. And they are not that unhealthy. Like, you could probably make it more healthy yourself. But it's not like, oh, it's, you know, 80% sugar or sodium or something. No. The ones I buy is actually quite healthy for you. I have some also that's Asian inspired with a really thick paste and with nuts in them and stuff like that. That's peanuts. Some sort of form of peanut sauce. It's actually really, really good. That you then put over some chicken and then you get rice with it as a side. But yeah, when I make a meal with the meat, the condiments, So, the sauces and spices and either rice, potatoes, or baked beans. The whole meal is around depending on if I'm using chicken or beef. They are between 1,500 to 1,800 calories for the whole meal. The whole meal. So it's less than an average human my size needs to eat to just maintain my weight. Then of course I get, breakfast and shit like that. But those meals, they if I don't use these sauces here and I just use the meat, the baked beans and the tomato purees, they are a little over 1,000 calories with 400 to 500 ground meat. I get between 400 and 480, 90 ground of ground either meat or chicken a day to keep the protein intake up and stuff like that. I'm 6'4", so I need quite a lot of protein and shit like that. Especially the older you get, you need protein to maintain your muscle mass and shit like that. So I try to get quite not too much protein, but I try to get a lot of protein, and I'm going away a little bit from dark meat and going over to light meat or white meat or what you call it. So less beef and more chicken and more fish to get my omega-3s and stuff like that to basically help with a better cardiovascular system. I also take fish oil supplements to make sure that it's functioning, because I do suffer from high blood pressure. It's a hereditary thing. It's running in my family, and fish oil and omega fats and fish helps reduce that, because mine is like, it's just on the verge. Like, if I lost the weight I need to lose, or just half of the weight I need to lose, I will probably get off the blood pressure medicine. Because it's right on the border where I need medicine for it. So I don't take that high of a dose of blood pressure medicine. So I get my blood pressure in the morning. I get my D vitamin because I can't. My body and D vitamins don't mix well together for some reason. So I take a D vitamin supplement. Then I take my multivitamins during the day, and I take my fish oil supplement. I need to take the fish oil here when I'm done streaming, and get some food because I haven't eaten much today. And it seems to work. All my blood numbers are perfect when I get the. Is it every 6 months I go up and get blood work done? Or I used to, again, before this whole fucking human malware came in and ruined everything. So I need to get back into I used to do it every summer and every Christmas. Got like a broad spectrum blood work done. My vitamins, my cholesterols, all of those things, how they were, potassium and stuff like that, so they can see if there was some underlying issues, infection numbers. If you have high infection numbers, that can be a sign of cancer maybe creeping up on you or something like that, or other infectious diseases that rises your infection numbers in your body. So they look for that also. So it's a good thing to and again, healthcare in Denmark is free, so I don't pay to get it done. I just order a time and I go up and it's, the nurse jabbed me in the fucking arm. And then, you get your results after a week. And then I go up and talk to my doctors and, hey, doc, besides being a fat motherfucker, what's wrong with me? And they tell me what's wrong or not wrong or how the numbers is looking, and then I'm walking out again. So it's 5 minutes getting the jab. It's 10 minutes talking to the doctor every 6 months. I can kind of live with that. To get a little bit of peace of mind with my health. And I think it's once a year they check my blood pressure. Or depending if it's needed. Anyway, I need to get some food in my belly. I'm getting really hungry right now. So thanks for stopping by, and I will see you all later.